have got a slightly earlier presentation than usual. So I'm sure that's going to catch a few people off guard. To be honest with you, it almost caught me off guard until I checked yesterday and saw that it was starting earlier. So, yes, we are starting earlier. I don't think we have got a preview. Let's have a look. What have we got here? So I'll show you what I'm looking at, right? There is no preview like we usually get. Let's go here. So, Queen of the Ring IYO returns to Raw. See, normally up here it's got like a preview thing that you can click, but we don't have that. It seems like it's caught the WWE social team off guard as well. So we don't have that, but we've got a few bits down here anyway, so we can just go from this. So, 2026 Queen of the Ring IYO SKY returns to Raw. Don't miss a live musical performance by Joe Hendry. King of the Ring winner Oba Femi is going to kick off the show. Rey Mysterio is looking to teach Ethan Page a lesson. So, Rey Mysterio, Ethan Page. And then we got Jey Uso once again tangles with LA Knight. Then we've got Chad Gable battling JD McDonough. Roman Reigns to appear on the show. Okay, so actually not a bad preview just by going this way. So 3 matches, Chad and JD. Jimmy going up against LA Knight once again. Ray taking on Ethan. Then we're going to hear from Oba. We're going to hear from IYO. We're going to hear from Joe Hendry. And we've got Roman Reigns on the show. So pretty stacked, actually. Pretty stacked. Lots to look forward to. So, yeah, we've got... I just wanted to have a look at Wrestling Observer as well, just to catch up with any kind of big news stories that might be doing the rounds. So they're just talking about what's going down on Raw. So Joe Hendry segment, a couple of matches been added. AJ Styles blown away by his son Avery's debut match. Then we've got AEW update on Road Dogg's TNA wrestling status. That might be interesting. PW Insider is reporting that whilst he was in Boston on Sunday and backstage at Slammiversary, the two sides are still ironing out a deal. So that is not a done deal yet. Road Dogg to TNA. Mick Foley talks about maybe having a match in AEW. Conor McGregor going off on UFC talent. Kevin Nash wishes WWE talent got bigger revenue share. WWE NXT Heatwave and AAA doubleheader running head-to-head with All In. Doesn't really look like there's much, is there, news-wise? So I'm guessing the wrestling world is just focused on getting to Raw and moving on to Raw. So there we go. We're kind of up to date, up to speed with what's going on in the wrestling world. Days LA Knight and Jey Uso reportedly planned for Raw tonight. Well, it said LA Knight and Jimmy, didn't it, there? So I think it might be Jimmy. Reese said, Days, how are you? I've missed the streams the past few days as I was at England, Panama in New York. Oh, very nice. So I've been traveling. I'm in the States now and I'm looking forward to the streams. Reese, hope you had a good time, my friends. Good that you got to see a few goals and an England win. So very nice, very good. Yeah, it's been a pretty hectic weekend, to be honest with you. We obviously did SmackDown, and that was a little strange because it was taped. So we were having to like pause and, you know, restart and all that stuff. And that was a bit of extra nonsense to deal with. And then we went into Night of Champions, which of course was kind of middle of Saturday because of it being in Saudi Arabia. Then yesterday we were doing NXT. So we did NXT Great American Bash. That was in Florida at the Performance Center. And now here we are for a slightly earlier presentation of Raw. And yeah, it's just like been a bit of a blur, really. And in there somewhere, we've got a brand new WWE champion of Sami Zayn. I did get sent this clip, actually, by Cheo. So here is Sami, just in case you missed it. Here's Sami. He's listening to some music, which I'm going to take off. There we go. And there he is, just driving. Yeah. Open top. And on the seat next to him right there is the WWE Championship. Look at him looking over lovingly. There's a screenshot someone's took from the video as well. So Sami absolutely living his best life right now. As he's cruising the streets, laughing his head off. Massive smile on his face. As we said, you know, new WWE champion. Okay. Daze King of the Ring winner Oba Femi is going to be kicking off Raw tonight, says Connor. Calvin, shout out to you. Brett said, Daze, do we think that Sami is going to lose to Brock on Saturday night's main event as a way of getting to Oba Brock 3? I think there's a chance of it. I think that it's probably going to be a short reign. I think that it absolutely could be that Sami is going to be a transitional champion. It does feel like this is part of a bigger story. So, yeah. I mean, it could also be a case that, you know, he drops it to Oba at SummerSlam. But if they want to do the Brock-Oba match at SummerSlam, then, yes, Sami dropping it before would make a lot of sense. So, yeah, I think it's absolutely an option on the table. Did you see that Brazil beat Japan? I did. I didn't watch the game. I was asleep. I literally woke up, had something to eat, and now here I am. So I didn't get a chance to watch the game, but I did see the result. Hello, Jennifer. Shout out to you. Daze, Lorelei and I are just stopping by to say hi. Hello to both of you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a lot of fun with wrestling this weekend if you've been watching it. There's been quite a few talking points coming out of this weekend, so yeah, it's been non-stop. It's been pretty crazy, to be honest. So Jennifer, Lorelei, shout out to you. Hope life is treating you well. Diane said, Daze, Baron Corbin has reportedly finished up with MLW and is set to return to WWE according to Fightful. Oh, that's interesting. I was suspicious, to be honest, that there was anything going on there because MLW have been doing a weird thing where they've been talking about his contracts on their show. And I was saying, like, if he's about to leave, I don't know that they're necessarily going to be talking about it on the show. So I kind of felt like it was going to be the opposite. I kind of felt like he was like under a deal and he was going to end up staying. So that's quite a surprise to me if it looks like he's going to be leaving MLW. So definitely something to keep an eye on. There's been lots of great talking points and lots of love to you as well. We'll check back in later. Jennifer, no worries. Bobby said AEW Forbidden Door was great. I did a 5.5 hour stream, says Bobby. Do we think Oba Sami for SummerSlam? To be honest, if I had to pick, I would say Sami, Brock, and then Brock takes the title to Oba. I think that makes more sense than doing Oba Sami. But then when you think about it, Sami's been getting really negative reactions. So actually, globally, some might see it as like face versus face. That match would be face versus face for me. But for many people out there, that, you know, that are booing Sami and are not fans of Sami, certainly in America, seemingly. I mean, he gets some pretty negative reactions in America. They might be tempted to go that way and do what would be in America a bit of a heel versus face match, where Sami, you know, gets beaten up by Oba. Oba becomes the new champion. I mean, you could do that match as the main event of night 1 and do Oba Brock as the main event of night 2. They could absolutely do that. The 2-night main event thing has been something that's been discussed. But I think it's cleaner if you do he loses it to Brock, Brock then loses it to Oba at SummerSlam. And then on the other night, probably night 2, you do Roman versus Seth. So I think there's a few directions to go. But because we still don't know what Gunther's doing. I mean, there's every chance that it's going to be Gunther, Brock. That was the original rumor for SummerSlam. Perhaps they're happy to leave Oba Brock 1-1. Perhaps there is no third. And perhaps we do Gunther versus Brock as the final match because Gunther is the career killer. So I think there are alternative paths. But if you was to ask me what's the cleanest way forwards, yeah, it's probably he loses it to Brock. Brock then, drops it to Oba and, we go that way. That seems to make a lot of sense. I do think Sami is part of a bigger story. I don't think they've looked at Sami and thought to themselves, this is the person we want to be our champion going forwards. I think they've looked at Sami and he's helping them get from point A to point B. He does definitely feel like a transitional champion. Days, did we see Lola Vice getting called up to either Raw or SmackDown after Lola lost the NXT Championship? Yeah, I think there is a good chance of her coming up because there was rumours like a month or so ago that they were interested in bringing up a couple of women just to boost the women's division. I'm not sure it needs it, but listen, if they feel like it needs it, whatever. Yeah, there's rumours of a couple of girls coming up. I've got to think Lola would be one of them. I think Tatum would be another one. So the only thing I'd say is I think they'd call them up at the same time. I don't really see why you would call one up and then a few weeks later maybe call up the other, but I suppose you could. It looks like Tatum's going to get into another match, another feud, a little short-term thing with Kalani Jordan. And so that makes me wonder what we're going to do with Lola, I would expect to see Lola on Tuesday, actually. I think we see Lola on Tuesday, and it could be someone steps up to her, and it could be that we don't want to be calling anyone up this side of SummerSlam. It might be we're going to do it just after SummerSlam. So Lola might need to do a couple of things, just a couple of matches, a couple of segments, just before they're ready. Looks like Tatum's got a few other things going on, Kalani Jordan. So Lola might have to do the same. Or they could just have a sit and wait, which I know people would be rolling their eyes at. But if WWE have got a plan to call up a couple of girls right after SummerSlam and they're just not ready for them now, then okay, So I think there is a good chance of her going up. It's hard to pinpoint when. I can't say it's this week or anything like that, but yeah, I think there is a good chance of going up. It does fit in with some rumours that we've been hearing recently. Reese said, cheers, Daze. It was a fantastic experience. Glad to see that Sami finally won. Who do we think he faces at SummerSlam? Well, I think there's a lot of options for him. I mean, realistically, sitting here right now, he can face Gunther. I mean, a Sami-Gunther match makes a lot of sense, because Gunther never got the kind of single opportunity without being screwed that I think he feels he's deserving of. I mean, he had the match in Italy, he had his foot under the rope. Then he did the rematch, but in his mind got screwed by Sami, who was the guest ref. So, I mean, there's heat between them, right? Then, of course, we do the triple threat. Sami wins it. I mean, you could understand Gunther just wanting to get that one-on-one match with Sami. Gunther did do an interesting thing, though, after Night of Champions that some might not have seen. And he got quite physical with Nick Aldis. And this has got people speculating that we could be building to Gunther versus Aldis. And we could be. There's no word on that. But that could be the direction for Gunther. So I don't know. I mean, like, Gunther is going to need something to take him away from the title, because surely he wants to get his hands on Sami. And Cody is going to need something to take him away from the title, because surely he also wants to get his title back. But again, there are rumors of Cody and CM Punk. I don't know how that makes sense without the title being involved, because there's no issues between them. So you're going to have to really think up a decent story there as to why we're doing Cody CM Punk with no belt involved. So, but, you know, there are rumors of that. So, yeah, I think, like, there's a few directions. You know, he could face Gunther, but Gunther might be facing Aldis. He could face Cody, but Cody might be facing Punk. He could face Oba, but I think people are thinking Oba's going to be facing Brock. I mean, the truth is, you could do Oba Brock, and Sami could just defend the belt against Jey Uso. Do you know what I mean? Like, and Oba could go after Roman. So there's lots of different directions that this can kind of end up going. Whether Sami walks in to SummerSlam as champion, I agree, is questionable. I think some are, you know, there's a lot that are speculating about that Brock Saturday night's main event thing. And I think, yeah, it's a live option. But equally, he could walk into SummerSlam as champion and just drop it to someone at SummerSlam, or potentially win and leave SummerSlam as champion. If Sami can find a way of leaving SummerSlam as champion, I think he's done very, very well. Very, very well. James said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. I'm still reeling from the Shock Stokes international retirement. Yeah, same. Big blow that. I mean, I think England are really, really going to miss him in the cricket world. And it kind of came out of nowhere. Was not expecting that. I think it's all got too much in it. I think his body is broken. And I think, like, what happened in Australia and also then the nightclub incident. But he said it was kind of before that. It was like, took a lot to get ready for these games, these tests. And he was kind of implying that he just didn't have that fight, that kind of, you know, thing that got him through. Just seems to be dwindling. And I can understand that. You know, if you keep dragging your body to the top of the mountain, you know, there's going to come a point where you can't really drag it anymore. So, I mean, I do get that. I'd imagine there's a bit of a mental and physical exhaustion there. So, yeah, I wish him all the best. Hopefully this gives England a chance for a complete refresh. Big Time said, when we look up and down the AEW men's division, what can WWE do to sway some talent? Because they really do have many great professional wrestlers on the men's side. I wish they had Jay White. I don't think WWE are bothered. I you know, if they'll be aware, apparently there's someone at head office that keeps an eye on AEW and TNA and, you know, other promotions. And so, you know, they'll be getting information as to who's performing well, who's a rising star, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm sure that Triple H keeps an eye on a few things. So they'll have a list, or they'll have an idea of a few names that if they become available, they would be interested in. But if they're under contract, I mean, you just don't even think about it, do you? They're just out of reach. You don't want to get involved in like contract tampering and all that sort of stuff. So if they're under a deal, you're gonna leave it. If they're getting to the end of a deal, there's enough people where you can send a message through someone. You know, Cody knows a lot of people there, for example. So a message can be sent, you know, listen, WWE are interested. Might be worth you picking up the phone, having a chat. So, I mean, you can always sort of do that when a contract's coming to its end. And of course, you know, make it clear that if ever it came out, it's nothing to do with us. If Cody wants to go up to Jay White and say WWE are interested, it might be worth having a chat. That's up to Cody, isn't it? I mean, it's got nothing to do with us. But yeah, that's, you know, that'll be the approach. But they ain't going to be thinking about it any more than that, because a lot of it is out of their control, isn't it? A lot of it is out of their control. If wrestlers are contracted to another company, the only thing you can do is when that contract's coming up, just make it clear you're interested. And, you know, if the wrestler is tempted by the money, or, you know, the WrestleMania SummerSlam stage or whatever, you know, might be a bucket list thing, then you might be able to get them. But WWE won't be thinking about it. WWE won't be caring about it. Their focus is on building talent themselves, like Oba, like Trick, working with the people at the PC, you know, kind of building that in-house talent. That's what their focus will be on. Jackal says, hello, it's been a while. Hello, Jackal. Hope you're doing well. And you, buds. I've still yet to wake up and realise Sami is not champ, but he is. I'm still on the Sami buzz, and I am happy for him. Yeah, I'm happy for him as well, of course. And I keep stressing as well that, like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter that Sami is a transitional champ, if that's what it's going to be. You know, me wanting him to get to that title was not really for me, it was for him. Like, I didn't want him to get there because I wanted him to main event 20 WrestleManias and be as big as John Cena. I've just seen the work that he's put in, and I believe in his abilities. I believe in him as a wrestler. I believe in him as a promo. I believe in his character work. I mean, I loved, you know, when he was with the Bloodline feeling a bit Usy, and, you know, honorary Us shirt. And I mean, he just provided some of the best moments with the whole Bloodline thing. He brought some much needed humor and light relief. And, you know, the fans really took to him. And when he stood up for Kevin Owens at Royal Rumble, the place went crazy. I mean, it's a massive pop when he hits Roman with that chair. And, of course, it sets up the Elimination Chamber Montreal show. I mean, I was a big fan of Sami well before that. I was watching him when he was in NXT, like 8 years before that. But that was such a great moment. And since then, you know, we've struggled to kind of recapture that. So not in a month of Sundays did I think we were remotely close to Sami getting to a WWE championship. So they've just pulled that trigger out of nowhere, done it, and I'm just really pleased for him. So, yeah, I hope he's enjoying it. I mean, if he loses it tonight for some reason, or Friday, or Saturday night's main event, doesn't matter. His Wikipedia is always going to say, one time WWE champion. So, really pleased for him. I don't know where we go from here. I don't expect this to be a long run, honestly. Days, Monday Night Raw, NXT Evolution, SmackDown. Keep it clean, says Brian. What is the temperature in the wrestling community tonight? What is the temperature? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like as in interest? Like wrestling's on fire right now type temperature? I don't think it's that hot. I feel like wrestling is in a weird place at the moment. Certainly WWE, where it needs to do something pretty big to grab attention and get people to notice, because a lot of people, I think, have fallen into this kind of slumber, because the shows have been very inconsistent with quality and engagement. You know, some people enjoy Raw, for example, and then they'll tune into SmackDown and they're like, what the hell's this? You know? Or they'll tune into a PLE and it'll fall well short below their standards. So, you know, I think wrestling at the moment, it's not finding that consistency of like great show. It's very up and down. Tends to be Raw is good, SmackDown is a struggle, PLE, a bit of both, to be honest. I think the Sami thing was a big noise-making moment, but I don't know that it is a, hey, come back to wrestling type noise-making moment, you know? All those people that have stepped away because wrestling is just not quite where they want it to be at the moment. Are they going to come back because Sami Zayn's champion now? I don't think so. I don't really think it's been done for that reason. I think it's been done to kind of give Saudi a moment. I think it's been done so that Sami gets, you know, over the line. I think it's been done because Sami is a transitional champion, and I think it's going to be a short reign. As I said, if he can get past SummerSlam, I think he's done very, very well. I'm really, right now, odds are he doesn't make it out of SummerSlam as champion. If I'm a betting man, I'm putting money on the fact he ain't leaving with that belt from SummerSlam. So I think there's a few reasons as to why they've done it, but is one of those reasons to bring people back, viewers that they've lost? I'm not sure, because I don't think Sami has got that kind of influence. So I think that it's in a weird place at the moment. There's definitely things happening, and we're putting pieces in place for SummerSlam. So, I mean, I think it's going to be a very interesting watch as we now start working our way to SummerSlam, which is a big, big show. And there could be many more twists and turns on that road. So I think for those of us that watch, it is interesting. It's going to be interesting. As we head to SummerSlam, we get the pieces where they need to be. You know, Punk coming back, maybe Randy coming back. Few rumors of some matches which I don't quite understand, so I'm interested to see how we get to them, like Cody versus CM Punk, for example. Roman versus Seth, if that's what we're doing. They've had a couple of interactions, but, you know, when are we actually going to pull the trigger on that? I mean, Roman in the ring and Seth's music hits and Seth gets in the ring, that's going to be a moment. Because we're talking about maybe the two biggest stars of this generation colliding again. Shield brothers. I mean, so good. I'm really looking forward to that, if that's where we're going. So, yeah, I think that it's in a weird place. I'd say that the heat is on, but I don't think if you was in the pot, it's too uncomfortable. Yeah. You could probably have a little swim if you was in the pot and the heat is on, but there's a nice warmth there. But hopefully it's going to get hotter and hotter as we get to SummerSlam. Humble Rumble, shout out to you, said, I can't believe Sami finally won that championship. I am so happy for him. Better Sami than Gunther, said Duggarito. Keegan said, baseball season is about over for me. I've got one more game and then I'm done. I hope you've had a good season, Keegan. Benito said, Daze, I got a prediction. Brian Fatty against Yokozuna the 4th. Tribal Combat at WrestleMania 150. Yeah, we were talking the other day about how the Bloodline story probably won't end. It's just going to be sort of always there, but not always referenced, because you can always bring back the Ula Fala. You can always crown a new tribal chief. I think this family feel like they're always going to be connected with WWE. So, you know, the Usos kids and Roman's kids and all of that. I can see this Bloodline story being something that resurrects repeatedly over the years in the future, because this family has been ever present since WWE began, and there's no sign of that changing. When you think of, you know, Yokozuna and Rikishi and Tongan kids and The Rock and Roman and Usos, and, you know, the list goes on and on and on, the World Samoans. This is a massive family that's really set up for wrestling. I mean, they've got like their own promotion and everything. And the kids obviously get brought into it at a young age. They watch their parents and uncles and aunts and everything, and they want to get into it. So there's no reason to believe that, you know, this tribal chief story, this bloodline story is going to end like this year and we're never going back to it. I don't think that's true. I feel like it's something we can always go back to. It's something that's always going to be there as long as this family is connected with WWE. James said, don't forget SmackDown being taped after tonight, so there will be spoilers. Yeah, good point. I did a great job actually last week of avoiding them. I'm struggling to get caught up with my notifications. I'm finding that I'm just not getting the chance. So for me, not getting tagged in stuff or not seeing that I'm being tagged in stuff, it means that I'm not seeing those spoilers. I didn't get much chance to go on X too much last week, actually. It's pretty crazy at the moment. It's really, really difficult to try and find, like, you know, the spare time to do these things. I mean, this weekend, there's been no way. I mean, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, here we are now a little bit earlier. So yeah, don't bother tagging me anyone in any spoilers. I mean, I've said it before. I don't even need any news. I get all my news from the lists that I've got. So the only things that I need like tagging in really are like any really fun stuff that people find. But I think that's harder now with the way that WWE have cracked down on their content being used. I think that's become quite difficult. So there's a whole challenge going on there. There's a whole problem going on there that I need to sort when I get a bit of time. But hopefully I can once again avoid spoilers. I did a really good job of it last week, and I'll be trying to do the same this week as well. Right, Triple A said, Daze, if Sami does have a short reign and is a transitional champion, maybe loses to Brock, who then loses to Oba, both Sami and Brock will be transitional champions. That would be surprising for the WWE title. It would. I think, though, if you want to get the belt from Cody to Oba, then this is obviously a way of doing it. I mean, I'm not saying that it is going this way, but this has been brought up quite a lot. So that says to me that a lot of people are talking about this as a viable option. I can't give you a reason as to why it won't happen, because I think Oba Brock at SummerSlam makes a lot of sense. I think Sami being a transitional champion makes a lot of sense. And to be honest, if Brock's going to retire at SummerSlam, I don't think Brock's going to be too down on having the belt one final time and walking into SummerSlam as champion. I think, tradition is you lose your last match. So, I mean, Brock would actually get another title run just before he calls his career quits, which he won't be down on. And Oba won't be down on because that puts the belt into their match. Sami ain't going to be down on it because, listen, I know it might have been a short reign, Sami, but the alternative is you never got the belt at all. Yeah, you got to drive around with it, take pictures with it. You get to say that you reached the mountaintop. It absolutely counts. You are forever a former WWE champion. So to be honest, I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with it. So I agree, unusual, but I would say this is an unusual situation where we're potentially looking at Brock retiring at SummerSlam, and we're just trying to get the pieces where we need them to be. But yeah, I don't disagree. It would be unusual. Abram, shout out to you, said, Daze, the Sami match will get messed up because Oba's going to get involved with Brock and Sami is going to retain the belt. Okay, so you're thinking Sami, Brock for the title, maybe Saturday night's main event, and then Oba gets involved and prevents Brock from winning the title. That means then that you do Brock Oba, but not for the belt. And then you do Sami defending the belt against whoever, right? You can easily find a challenger, Finn Balor, whoever, right? I mean, we're not going to be struggling to find a challenger for the WWE Championship. It might be Gunther, for example. Because Gunther Aldis, there's an outside chance of it. There's no word of it. It could just be that, Gunther now finds himself getting suspended. Blah, 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 blah. And it might not lead to a match. And it could be that we do Sami Gunther. So, yeah, again, viable. Absolutely possible that we go that way. I do not think that the Brock winning the title thing is like set in stone. I think it's a great shout. I don't have any problems with it because you kind of look at it and go, where would the issue be there? And I can't see one. I can't see a problem with Sami dropping the belt to Brock and then Brock going into his last match as champion only to drop it to Oba. I can't really see an issue there. So I can't really push back and go, no, we're not going to do that because of this. I think it's fine. Equally, you could have Oba cost him, and then you do Brock Oba with no belt involved. And that means Sami goes in and defends the belt against whoever. So, yeah, I think that is also very, very viable. I think that's also an option that's on the table. NetForce Technology said, I heard they might have Sami drop it to Brock at Saturday night's main event to set him and Oba up, says NetForce. Bruno said, I would say that Cody gets the belt back by SummerSlam. Even though Sami is kind of a heel, fans do appreciate the fact that he finally won the belt, but will feel that it's too short and get sick of Cody. Sami gets it back at Mania, says Bruno. Supreme Cameron said, who's fighting tonight? There's 3 matches. None of them look that mind-blowing. I think I can't even remember. I think there's Jimmy and LA Knight. I think there was Ethan in action against, was it Ray? I took it down. I did have it open in front of me and then I took it down. It was 3 matches that were announced, and as we said, none of them were that inspiring. I think it's going to be more about the segments. We've got an Oba segment. We've got an IYO SKY segment. We've got a Roman Reigns segment. But yeah, I've got it. It's Ray, Ethan, Jimmy, LA Knight, Chad Gable against JD McDonough. Miki said, Oba's literally has to make a decision tonight with SummerSlam being 5 weeks away, said Miki. I'm not sure that's true. We've seen it before where at the Royal Rumble winners kind of go to both shows and take their time. I remember Liv taking her time as she was trying to decide which direction to go. So I don't know that they have announced specifically that he's going to absolutely be making his decision tonight. So he could do. And again, what if he chooses Sami? So let's say he does make a decision tonight and he chooses Sami. Well, if he chooses Sami and then Sami loses the belt at Saturday night's main event to Brock, I think then it becomes Brock that he's facing. So he could go that way and do that choice. But equally, I don't know that he is going to be selecting someone tonight. Because as we said, Royal Rumble winners, they do kind of drag their heels a little bit. They like to go to both shows and, you know, confront both champions. And we saw that with Liv, who took, I don't want to say, I mean, I can't remember. I mean, it was a couple of weeks at least to figure out who she wanted. I think in the end, it was Stephanie that kind of came after Liv and kind of took any doubt away that this is the match, Stephanie Liv. So we'll see. It's going to be a big segment. Both of those segments will be big segments. Big Time said, did you see Mercedes post a picture of her and Bayley at an AEW pay-per-view making the rounds? Bayley has been in a weird place for a long time. Her deal is up at the end of 2026. No, I don't interact with like AEW. I don't follow Mercedes or anything, so I'm not really interested, to be honest. I think like in regards to that, it could just be mind games, you know. WWE will obviously be in conversation with Bayley and they'll be laying out the plans and, you know, they can promise her the world and get her to sign and whatever. So it could just be that she misses her friends. It could just be she's putting a cat amongst the pigeons. I mean, WWE are putting shows up against AEW shows, and I've said it's just business, you know, doesn't bother me. I don't think anyone should get upset by it. It's two rival companies that are kind of trying to outmaneuver each other. So, you know, it could be Mercedes just giving a little bit back. Do you know what I mean? Just putting a cat amongst the pigeons of getting people to speculate that Bayley might, oh my God, have you seen that post? She might be going to AEW. There could be absolutely nothing to it. So I really wouldn't be reading too much into that. If WWE want to keep Bayley, they've got enough money and enough kind of reach to do that. I mean, they can promise Bayley the world, can't they? We'll put the belt on you at WrestleMania, blah, 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 blah. So I wouldn't be too worried about or read too much into a picture being published by Mercedes. Jesse, hello. Hope you're doing well. Says, I definitely want to see Alexa get some wins and have some big moments soon. Connor said, days after Sami won the championship at Night of Champions, could Sami do open challenges? Well, he could do, yeah. Sami's in a weird place, though, because I don't think he's a heel, because I don't think he's done anything that's heelish. He's in this weird place where he's getting negative crowd reactions and he can't understand it. And to be honest, his ride or die fans can't massively understand it, right? But then there's a lot of people that are just booing on Sami because, well, I think they see him as being the person that prevented Carmelo from defending the belt at WrestleMania. I think they see a little bit of WWE maybe trying to over-push Sami rather than organically like Carmelo, who'd done a brilliant job with that US title, and the fans had took to him like he should have been at WrestleMania. It should have been him against Trick at WrestleMania, but it wasn't. It was Sami Trick, and Carmelo misses out, and there was a backlash. That backlash should have been towards WWE Creative, shouldn't have been towards Sami, but it's Sami that gets the heat, right? So now he's starting to get like booed out the building and really negative reactions, not helped by the fact that, you know, if he stands there going, why are you booing me? I'm a good person. You know, people aren't going to go, oh, no, you're right, actually, and start cheering. They're just going to boo louder, right? So the more he tried to go, you know, I'm here for my ride or die fans, you know, that those that are booing have been sort of cemented into their opposition, you know? If Sami starts saying, I don't get why people are booing me, but I'm here for my ride or die fans, it is, in a roundabout way, him sort of saying, screw you if you're booing me. You're not a true fan. I mean, tell me when he's telling lies, to be honest. Tell me when he's telling lies. So for me, like, I don't really see him as being a heel. I just see his relationship having broken down with the fans due to creative, and I think they've sort of played around with that. So yeah, it's kind of hard to know like where he is. He's in this like really weird position. So is he going to do open challenges now? I don't think so. Because I think his feeling is the people in America don't deserve it. So many people have been booing him. Why should he be a fighting champion that defends or the belt to entertain the fans and risk losing it? If he was a babyface that was getting great reactions, absolutely. But this is a weird relationship that he's got with the fans in America. I will be very interested to see how the fans react now that he's champion. I think he will be interested to see, because it's you've got to admit this is weird. You've got people that are booing him out the arena. I mean, he gets loud boos. And then I look online and there's loads of people that are like really pleased that he's won the belt. And you're like, the math ain't mathing. I mean, is it that the fans in the arena, the casual fans, are booing Sami, but the IWC is happy for him? Is it that? Because we know that there are differences. But I mean, if you tune into the show and it's not Saudi Arabia, you hear boos. But then you look online and everyone's like rejoicing and really pleased that Sami's won the belt. So there's a very weird relationship here. I suppose in a way you could say it's a bit like Jey. You look online, Jey gets loads of heat. And then you look in the flipping arena and the fans are like, run it back, Jey. Yeah, please. Can we run it back? Can we do your entrance again? And everyone online's like, Jesus Christ. Why are we doing this again? You know? So that's another example of where there's a real split. There's a real split between us online and watching at home and those that are actually in attendance in the arena. Maybe it's just that. I I'm not so sure though. I think the negativity for Sami had bled onto the internet as well. I don't think that it's. I'm not convinced that it's quite that. There was enough comments that I've read in this community where people are, not feeling Sami, that I'm not convinced that it's a split between people at home and people in the arena. So, don't know. Is he going to come out and do open challenges? I'm not expecting it, because unless he does it for his ride or die fans. He could come out and do it for his ride or die fans. I'm here for them. I'm going to do this for them. So maybe that, but no, I think that a defense at Saturday night's main event makes sense to me. Daze, if WWE hired you on the spot as a creative consultant to come up with ideas, what's the first booking idea you would have, says Benito? Well, I wouldn't be so worried about that. I'd be more interested, as we've said, about looking at the creative process, because if you had an idea and if you worked in the creative team and you was a consultant, how does that idea develop? Do you know what I mean? If you're in the creative room and you generate an idea, what's the end result? Because to be honest with you, if you propose an idea and by the time it goes through the head writers and Triple H and gets to the ring, I mean, it might be absolutely nothing like what you first proposed. There seems to be a breakdown somewhere, and I don't know where it is. So I don't know how much fun it would be to be suggesting ideas and then you look at the show and it's just like some awful version of what you've suggested. Because I find it hard to believe that some of the stuff we see on TV is stuff that they propose in the writer's room, I find it hard to believe that they come up with that show and it goes through the process and ends up being what it is. I think injuries and illnesses and people needed for movie projects like Drew at the moment probably means that there are tweaks and changes. Plus also I think someone might like 50% of your idea but not the other 50%, so they change it, or they might even change the people that are involved in the idea. So by the time it actually reaches the screen, it might be something unrecognizable. So to be honest with you, I wouldn't be so interested in being a creative consultant and providing ideas. I would be more interested in looking at the structure. I've said before, what's the feedback like for the wrestlers when they've done a promo? How are they given feedback? When they've had a match and it's under-delivered, how are they given feedback and where do they go to improve? And in regards to creative, what's the initial idea and how does that idea evolve as it goes through the chain, and what's the end result look like? Because it could be that you've got some people in creative that are already really, really good at generating ideas and coming up with loads of stuff. And by the time it actually, as I said, gets to the show, it's just been, I don't know, watered down is probably the best way I could word it. So to be honest, it's not really a role I would be looking for or too interested in. I'd be a lot more interested in making sure the machine was working correctly, rather than inputting into the machine. I'd much rather be looking at the machine and going, that can be improved, that can be made better, we can get better feedback here, we need a better support for the wrestlers for their performance, we need to work on that, we need to make a change to the creative process because the initial idea is really good, I think that's a great idea, by the time it's actually got to the show it's way too watered down. So that would actually interest me more. Soup Powerful said, did we see Expression oozing debut at Slammiversary? It was class. Guys, I did not watch TNA. I did not watch AEW. You know what I watched? I watched Night of Champions and we did NXT. So anything outside of that is going to be a difficult conversation for me. So, no, I did not watch Slammiversary. It's TNA is just not part of our regular viewing. AEW is not part of our regular viewing. Big Mike said, could this be a squash from Brock to win the belt from Sami and then lose the belt and career to Oba, says Big Mike. Do we think Brock shows up, squashes Sami, and then Oba has to pick Brock or Roman? Clearly chooses Brock and then retires him. I think it's an option. I feel like it's maybe... I'm starting to worry if it's too predictable. I've had this idea suggested 20 odd times now. So to me, I'm worried that that's the idea that most people are having. So I think that it's an option. I can't tell you a reason as to why you wouldn't do it, but I think the only concern would be now that genuinely people might be like, yeah, they're doing what we said, and it just is seen as being a bit predictable. The more people are going to be suggesting it, the more it seems like it's the generally accepted idea that's out there. The more that it might be a concern that it's just the predictable option. So I don't know. I mean, I kind of like what was just said about how you do the match with Brock, but Oba interferes and stops Brock from winning it. That way you get Oba Brock, but not for the belt. And you do Oba Brock. But the thing is, Oba won King of the Ring. So if you do Oba Brock not for the title, then that surely means you've got to do Oba Roman as well. So that would be the double header. So that's on the table as well. I must admit, I'm not a big fan of the double header, but I think that it's got to be an option. It's got to be an option. So, yeah, I think that that is on the table very much. Sami losing to Brock, Brock then taking the belt into SummerSlam. I think it's definitely one of the options that they can do. But they've got a few directions that they can go with it. One of them being the double header, as we said. You know, we might select Roman. We do Oba Roman. And we do Oba Brock on night one as well. So that's also still a live option. Big Migs said, did we see Monet tease a match with Bayley in October? No. And I think, I don't know when Bayley's contract expires, but I don't even know if she would be available, to be honest, at that point. But yeah, I wouldn't be falling for anything like that. I wouldn't be falling for any kind of noise that Mercedes is making. WWE, put a show up against AEW on Sunday. So if Mercedes is going to sort of put a bit of a message out there to get the fans talking, then fair play. Business is business. I wouldn't be reading too much into it at this stage. Hannah said, Daze, hello. Who is WWE's S tier in your view? I would say Hulk and Rock and Austin and Cena. Maybe in a few years down the line, it could be Reigns. Shout out to you. I think, no, Roman's S tier for me. Roman's S tier. I think that you would put Andre there as well. I mean, Andre is one of the great attractions in wrestling history. And even though he didn't main event WrestleMania loads of times, he would have, if WrestleMania had started earlier. I mean, he's having a match with Hogan, Showdown at Shea in, I think, 1980. And so I've got to think that he would have featured very, very prominently and in main events if WrestleMania was around going back to the mid-70s. You would have had Bob Backlund, you would have had superstar Billy Graham. I think it would be quite fun, actually, to have a look, see what the feuds were in March time, February, March of each year. And, what would a 1980 WrestleMania have looked like? What would an 81 WrestleMania have looked like? I think Andre would have featured obviously very, very prominently on all of those shows. So I think that sort of hurts his standing a little bit, is that by the time we actually get to pay-per-view, which is 85, Andre's career is, winding down. I mean, we know the struggles that he has just getting into that main event match at WrestleMania 3. He has to wear like a back brace and everything. I mean, that's only 3 years into Mania. He does technically main event 3 and one of the cities at WrestleMania 2. So WrestleMania 2 is actually held in 3 different cities. And I believe the Battle Royal featuring Andre, which he wins, main event's one of those cities. So, and then he had a big match at WrestleMania 1, which was against Big John Studs, which is the Body Slam Challenge. And that's where, you know, if he could slam Big John Studd, he would get, I think it was like $15,000. And he does, and he starts chucking the money in the crowd. And then Bobby snatches the bag and runs away. So for me, like, I feel like there's only one person that's painted on the wall in the lobby at WWE headquarters. It's Andre the Giant. And if you think about, like, WrestleMania 3, you think about that moment with him and Hogan, I don't have much doubt that he is S tier. One of the greatest attractions of all time. So I would go Andre, I'd go Bruno. I think Bruno's S tier. I mean, WWE champion for 11 years in total, dominated the 60s. I mean, dominated it. I mean, he dominated an era, a decade. He was the man. I mean, he is absolutely S tier. So I think you have Bruno up there. I think you have Andre up there. You have Hogan up there. You have... I think you have Undertaker up there. I mean, Undertaker with his streak, the longevity, how much he's meant to the world. I think Undertaker makes it up there. Cena's up there. Stone Cold, Rock. Triple H is interesting. I mean, if you add in what he's doing now with being Vince's replacement, it's hard to not put Triple H on that S tier because, you know, you think about his career. I think he goes S tier when... I think it doesn't feel that way at the moment, but when he retires, when he's done completely, and we look back on, you know, from the moment this guy walked in the door to the moment he quit, I think it's hard to say Triple H is not like S tier. You know, main events WrestleMania multiple time world champion, you know, one of the biggest names in the Attitude Era, moved into like an authority role, of course, did the whole authority angle. He was in Evolution, he was in DX, and then he went on to be Vince's replacement as like Booker. And think of all the work he did with setting up NXT and actually being the main driver of NXT. So I feel like there's a really good argument for him. Some people might go, no, his wrestling is not S tier, and his booking and the work, you know, doesn't count, if you will. If you're just going to judge him as a wrestler, he's probably on that Macho Man, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels level, which is maybe the level below, where they had moments of being champion, but never really carried the company in the same way Hogan did, or Cena did, or Roman has. So, I don't know. I think that's debated. But yeah, I think, like, if you're looking at the people that define eras, you could make the argument Undertaker never did, but he was just a constant, wasn't he? That longevity has got to count for something. That streak has got to count for something. I mean, the fact he was such an attraction, Vince felt he didn't need the belt any more than he had it. That's got to count for something. He could have been a champion many, many, many more times, but Vince didn't feel like he needed it because he just brought people in anyway. You know, if you had a WrestleMania that had an Undertaker match on, people are going. And then that means your belt can go on someone else. And that's another match that people will be looking forward to. You know, Vince didn't need to put all his eggs into one basket. I don't think we should punish Undertaker for that. So, yeah, I'd say it's largely the list that you said, but I might chuck in a couple of extras. I think Roman definitely makes it. I don't have any doubt Roman makes it. I mean, Roman, to me, the Bloodline story, it's one of the best stories. This period was one of the hottest periods. Roman absolutely makes it for me. Big Time says, with WWE PLEs, it doesn't feel like we put our best foot forward. When it comes together, putting matches, for example, Jade having 4 PLE matches since Mania, including this SummerSlam and matches below average. I think it's a challenge, though, because, well, first of all, she wasn't meant to be at Night of Champions because her and Tiffany was not meant to be. That was going to be a Rhea match. So I think, like, in regards to the most recent appearance, it wasn't meant to be that way. I think WWE are... They're in a weird place, to be honest, right, with wrestling, because wrestling is not something that is going to massively drive views and viewers. I think what works for WWE, and, you know, historically, this is what really drives the business, is the stars. It's not the matches. It's The Undertaker being the character, The Undertaker. It's Hulkamania running wild. It's Hogan coming out to Real American. It's him and Andre being face-to-face. I mean, when we talk about WrestleMania 3, we talk about him being face-to-face with Andre. We talk about him slamming Andre. We don't talk about the match. It's the match is not that great, but it's still super iconic because of the face-to-face, the irresistible force against the immovable object, the body slam heard around the world. But it's Hulkamania running wild. It's Andre being, 7 foot whatever, getting taller every time he's announced by Vince, getting heavier every time he's announced by Vince. It's this absolute monster of a man, right? That's got all this mythology around him. I mean, you wouldn't even think he was human, Andre, with all the beer that he can drink and all the cars that he's picking up and how heavy he is. Getting heavier every time Vince is flipping announcing his weight, getting taller every time he's coming down. Like, they are focused on stars and making stars. And, this is why entrance music's really important, why presentation's really important. This is why the Oba strut is really important. This is why they do such a big deal of, side cam so that they can show people doing the Oba strut as Oba's coming down. It's why yeeting is important. It's why the yes movement is important, It's why all the posing, Hogan must pose. That's what Vince said. Hogan must pose. Doesn't matter, like, after every match, you got to give him time to pose. And I think there is a different mindset with WWE to a New Japan or an AEW. AEW are very, very focused on match quality and, putting on, like, amazing matches. WWE are more focused on building stars. And you can say that, well, you build stars by having great matches, and that's very, very fair. Very fair, right? But I would point to Hogan's matches as not being that great. I would point to Warriors matches as not being that great. You can go back through history, like Yokozuna. His matches were not that great. He was a big man who was quite agile, but, I mean, his matches were not that great. But, I mean, Yokozuna is, a big, big name from the history of WWE, made it to being WWE champion. Some people might go, well, that was a different era and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is still the truth. I mean, Goldberg came back in 2016 and, beat Brock Lesnar really quick and had a run. And, Goldberg had a bit of magic around that time. It did fade, but he still had the magic like 10 years ago. So I don't want to sit here and say that match quality doesn't matter, it's not important, because it matters to me, and I know it matters to many of you. So I wouldn't want to say that, but what I would say is that it's a different mindset that WWE have. WWE are more focused on Jade. A storm is coming, looking amazing, coming down with that entrance, making her way to the ring, looking like a badass. And really, they just need that bell to ring, and they need the match to be acceptable. They need the match to be decent. And she maybe is falling a bit short of that at the moment, but the more matches you give her, the hope is the more she'll improve. And can she just get to an acceptable standard? I mean, we've seen I'd say there's been glimpses where she's faced a few people and we've said, that's maybe the best Jade match so far, or, okay, that wasn't as bad as I was expecting. So WWE are just trying to find a way of getting this star, right, who looks amazing. She's got an amazing look. They just wanted to get to a level where she is acceptable and people don't turn the TV off because the match is so bad, you know? So it's double-edged sword, isn't it? WWE have got someone that they want to show off, but the match quality is not good enough. But then equally, WWE don't massively care about match quality. I think that's clear to see. There is a standard. You know, you don't want to just put on the absolute stinkers, but equally, you want her to improve. You want her to get better. So then she needs those opportunities. So what do? You can't just leave her in catering. So WWE are in this, as I said, weird place where I think for them, they want to keep pushing her. They believe in her look. They want to keep building the aura. They want to find the right creative that kind of takes her to the next level. They're hoping that she's making improvements and that her match quality is going to get better and her promo is going to get better. She might get there. She might not get there. I'm sure others would take a very different approach. Me personally, I would have put her in NXT and I would have really put a mentor with her. I think if you really believe in Jade to the point where you're going to put her consistently on PLEs, then that says to me that she is worthy of having intensive personal mentorship. And I think you put her in NXT, she should work stuff and matches in NXT, but at the Performance Center, she's got an AJ Styles, or she's got someone that's really, you know, working with her quite intensely when it comes to, you've got to improve this. She's got the athleticism. I mean, the raw skills should be there, but it's just getting it to click. And by putting her on the main roster and hoping that she picks things up as we go along, that's quite a slow process. I think it's a much quicker process to make it more intensive and have her based at the Performance Center. So I think they got it wrong when they decided which brand to put her on. And now they've got a problem where they want to use her, they want to promote her, they really like her look, but, you know, the skills are not quite where they should be. So I think they made a mistake by putting her straight on the main roster. But we said that at the time, that she shouldn't go straight to the main roster. She should go to NXT. But, you know, WWE have made their beds, so they've now got to try and figure out what to do with that situation. Burn It Down said, I just pulled a 1 of 5 Roman Reigns autograph card from Topps Cosmic 2026. I wonder if I should resell or keep it. What do you think? I don't think it matters, to be honest, bud. I mean, it's a lovely find, so congrats. But that should keep its value. I don't know that it'll go up in value. I think Roman's probably about as big as he's going to be. But who knows, when he calls it quits and retires, there might be people that then, you know, kind of the value might go up a touch. So I don't know. I'm not sure that I see his value going up too much. I think I would imagine if you look on eBay, the prices are probably pretty good, and that way you could sell it. You'll probably miss out on a little bit in the future when he calls it quits. But if you want to get the money now, you could get the money now, or you could just sit on it if you're not desperate for the money. Just have it in the collection for a bit, and then when the time's right, kind of sell it on. I mean, you'll probably end up selling it eventually. I'm not sure you'll have it till your dying days. So I suppose it's just how much you want to have it in the collection and have it around, and how much enjoyment you're going to get from having a signed Roman card rather than selling it and having the money. So that's going to be one you're going to have to decide. But I don't think you're going to see a massive change in value. I think that Roman's probably about as big as he's going to get. Rest with Andy said, Daze, I can find a Photoshop file from file for their list I did a few years ago. I'll send it and do a stream when it's remade for the current time. Andy, shout out to you. Yeah, ping it over. Is that your tier list, is it? Kader said, Daze, I would love to have one last World Championship run for Rey Mysterio as a thank you. It was absolute BS when he lost the belt to Cena on the same night that he won it, says Kader. It's funny, actually, though. I mean, some people really look back on some of his title runs as being like not things they really care for. I mean, I was not interacting with the IWC or, you know, really talking about wrestling with people when he got the world title, right? Because of Eddie passing, really. But it seems like people are kind of down on that like he only got it for that reason and that's a problem. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was a great moment, but there's lots of people out there that didn't feel that way. So I've said before, it's really weird with historical moments, like seeing how people have reacted to it. Because for me personally, there's lots of moments that I've enjoyed, or even moments that I found to be a little bit like, I wasn't keen on that people have reacted differently to. You know, we obviously don't all react the same. But I mean, it does make me wonder about like some of the stuff I watched in the 90s and the 80s and how people found like some of those moments. So, don't know, there might be a video series there, kind of going back to old moments and maybe doing a poll and gauging people's reactions to it. Papa Shango with the black goo kind of comes to mind, for example. You know, I'm guessing some people loved it, some people hated it. But like, it's weird because when I was at school, you know, you'd probably say to a friend, "Oh, did you see that? Oh, it was so cool," whatever. You wouldn't analyze it or why have they done that? You know, that's not the kind of thing WWE do. You wouldn't do any of that. You'd just be like, "Oh man, it was so cool when that happened," blah blah blah. So yeah, I think like it was strange for me to see that there was a lot of people really down on when Rey won that world title following Eddie's passing. I don't know. I don't know if the appetite would be there. It might be. I think people do love Rey, but I've not seen any or many people clamoring for like another world title run for him. So, don't know. I think he's just really enjoying seeing Dominic, to be honest, thrive. And it looks like his daughter might be coming in as well. So I would imagine he'll, you know, want to be working with her and his position with like lucha wrestling is like, you know, he's on the flipping Mount Rushmore. He's at the very, very top. So, or one of the top. So I think like not only has he got his own kids, but I think there's a lot of kind of luchadors that come through that see him as being like a real idol. And I think there's a lot of people that he kind of wants to see succeed, like a Penta and a Phoenix and a Dragon Lee. Like, I think there's a real closeness there, a real bond there. He's been really, really inspirational to a lot of people. So I'd imagine his focus is on, you know, trying to leave this wrestling world in a much better place than he found it and trying to make sure that all of those people that he's inspired kind of give the best versions of themselves. So I would imagine he's just loving kind of being involved in AAA, to be honest with you. I mean, that is just perfect, isn't it? Because this is giving him a platform and an opportunity to kind of help showcase that talent on a much bigger stage. You know, I mean, how many people watch AAA now that didn't? Loads, me included. So, you know, we're being exposed to all of this kind of Mexican wrestling and all these different luchadors. I'd imagine he's just thrilled with all of that. I'd imagine his focus is there. I'm sure if you gave him a world title run, he'd be interested, but I'd imagine his plate is pretty full with like the AAA stuff, you know. Aaron, hello, said, I think the WWE style thing, if you look at Nakamura AJ compared to New Japan in the same year and AAA now, says Aaron. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see WWE put more importance on the in-ring. I mean, I think it's fine for them to want to present stars and entrances and aura and yeah, great. I get it. I understand. WWE's DNA is kind of built on that since Vince took over, you know, that kind of razzmatazz, lots of sizzle. But I don't understand why we can't have more steak as well. You know, you don't have to choose. It's not like we have sizzle and no steak, or you have steak and no sizzle. You can have both. Like, and you know, there are times where they do that. I mean, it would be wrong to say that we don't get some great matches. I mean, we had great matches last night on NXT. Really enjoyed Zarya Tatum. I thought that Kendall and Lola did a good job. Some really fun stuff in that match. So both of those in our community scored as being great. And, you know, we see the open challenges, the Carmelo matches. We do get great matches on the main roster as well. In fact, the triple threat at Night of Champions was really well received. You lot really enjoyed that. Actually, I've not looked at Cage Match. We looked yesterday, see where we were. But, like, yeah, there is, on SmackDown and Raw in particular, there is a general kind of issue in regards to the match quality, as we've said. I hope that's, as I keep saying, like, being worked on, trying to be improved. I hope they're not just like that, don't matter. You know, it's just not a focus for them. I hope that they are trying to improve that. Okay, this is Great American Bash, so not many votes. Yeah, this is interesting. I have not looked at this today, but I am almost agreeing. Almost agreeing. I really did struggle with Shiloh and Tristan. I thought it was way too long. I thought the nonsense under the ring was nonsense. And for me, like, that was the low point of the show. These matches didn't massively grab me, but they were passable. And the scores here of a 6.8 and a 6.4 say that they were passable. 6.6 might be a little low for Tony Naraku. I thought that was not bad. If I had to rewatch a match, it would be that over that or that. So, you know, that to me should just be maybe a 7. So, whatever. And then I thought that was the best match of the night. Zarya Tatum. That close, but not better. And actually, they've got that at 8.17. They've got that at 8. I do wonder if the title change features in the score. I do wonder if Kendall getting the belt has just resulted in, do you know what I mean, the score being lifted a little bit. Because I think if you look at the actual in-ring work, I think that's better than that. That is quite technical, lots of reversals, but I don't think there's enough at the back end. I don't think there's enough fireworks at the end. There's a couple of moments and then the match ends. So it's good. It's at a good pace. I mean, you're always going to get a great Kendall Gray match. But for me, that's the best match. I would say that's second best, not too far behind. Title change probably just pushes it over the line. But yeah, 6.5 for Great American Bash. If we go back to Saturday, 6.3 for Night of Champions. Tiffany and Jade getting a 3.5. So that's pretty low. That is low, isn't it? 3.5 for Tiffany and Jade. Trick Williams, Ricky Saints, 4.7. I mean, those two matches were the bit where the show sort of died off. Oba Jey, 4.7. There's not much love for that. IYO Liv, 6.3. Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker was easily the best match up till the main event. I mean, not even flipping close. I wonder if that's a touch low. 7.3. I wonder if that's a little bit low. There's a lot of people saying it's one of their favourite cage matches that they've seen. So 7.3. Should it be a touch higher? Maybe. I don't think... I'm not so worried about the score. I'm more interested in how it compares to the other matches. And I think the fact that that is the best match outside of the main event, yes. And then 8.7. Again, it was a really good match. It was my favorite match. I do think it's boosted by the fact we've got a new champion. Just like we said with the NXT one, I think that's boosted by the fact we got a new champion. But yeah, I mean, what was it? It was a 6.3 and a 6.5, was it? For both the WWE shows over the weekend. So, I mean, and honestly, as a diehard WWE fan, I genuinely cannot say that's unfair. I feel like both shows were passable, acceptable. Definitely both shows had some really entertaining matches on, but I think we've got to say both shows had plenty of filler. I mean, yeah, Tiffany, Jade, I don't disagree. It was bad. Trick Williams, Ricky Saints, it felt like a SmackDown match. So yeah, I agree. Didn't get to the standard. Jey Uso actually getting some offense in on Oba is hard to buy. It's hard to buy. I know Jey is a former world champion and managed to get past Gunther, but I don't know, man. No, I ain't buying it. You know, Oba should have got in there and just smashed Jey, really. And then I was really surprised we didn't get... I mean, if you want Oba to win, I think Jey trying to outsmart Oba, you know, running around the outside, getting in the ring as Oba gets in, he kicks him in the head, like enjoying some moments like that and giving him some moments like that. That's fine. I can buy that. But actually, you know, him standing there trying to throw in some shots to Oba whilst Oba throws shots to him and they're kind of like going toe to toe. I ain't buying that. So I thought some of that stuff was like not produced well. This is where we might have some concerns with the match producers. It could have just been that it was Oba and Jey just in the moment, but I don't know. There was definitely some stuff there. I was like, I'm not sure about this. And I think also, you know, big questions about where was Jimmy? Where was Jacob? I mean, Bloodline aren't interested in being fair. Like, they are out for themselves. So where was any support? I mean, you could have had Oba easily get past Jimmy interference and also beat Jey and go on to get the victory. So I think for me, like, the fact that Oba had his struggles with Jey was just hard to buy. The fact there was no support for Jey is very strange. And yeah, I must admit, 7 minutes, 56, nearly 8 minutes. You do kind of go, okay, that was okay. I mean, I don't think it was horrific. That might be harsh at 4.7, but it was okay. Yeah, I can't say that I was like, do you know what I mean, throwing babies in the air over it. So, yeah, 6.3, 6.5. Is that fair? Is it unfair? I like Cage Match for that. I mean, that's 147 votes. It's nothing massive, but at least it gives you an idea. As I said, a lot of people go and listen to Dave Meltzer's ratings. Well, that's just one person. It's a, you know, very educated person, but it's just one person. So yeah, that's somewhere that you can get your perspective from as to how the show went. But I think Cage Match is a place you can go as well. I mean, there's 147 people that have voted about this show. There's nearly 200 people that have voted for each of the matches. There's got to be value in that. I mean, to me, it's a tool that you can use to get a snapshot as to how people felt. Just like when we do our polls, it's a snapshot, gives you an idea of how other people felt about the show, if that's what you're interested in or looking for. But I know there's many people that are like, I'm not interested. But I like to use it as like a rough guide and see how it fits in with what I saw. And sometimes it's out. Many times it's not, though. I can't say 6.3, 6.5 for the two shows feels unfair. I can't wait. Connor's fight. It's going to be really spectacular, says Zingbot. Yeah, Connor McGregor in action again. First time in about 5 years, isn't it, that he's going to be in action? So that's going to be big. Not 2 hours early again, says Joe. Yeah, we are early. We are early. They're filming SmackDown afterwards. Sean, I was watching a few Bloodline matches. Roman, Sami. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed it, says Maggie. Over Fatu Drew cage match. I enjoyed that too, apart from Drew losing, says Maggie. Thank God that Brock Lesnar didn't show up at Night of Champions, says Connor. Dynasty says it was a good match. I don't know what we're talking. Are we referring to the Oba Jey one? Yeah. I mean, as we said, it's a guide. I mean, you might not feel the same as what people have felt. You might have felt differently. But yeah, it's just a guide. Netforce said, I've seen a video of Triple H basically saying fans need to watch the show and stop being critical. If we don't like what we see, then don't watch. Yeah. It's a really dumb comment. By him, not by you. Sean said, Daze, remember, Roman told Jade to do it by himself. It was a backstage segment. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that he has to. Roman also wanted to get the other world title, didn't he? I mean, you've got Jacob and you've got Jimmy, you've got the Bloodline. Roman wants both belts. Jey has managed to battle his way to the final of King of the Ring. So I keep saying, what was the plan? What was Roman's plan? What's the Bloodline's plan? The plan was that Jey goes into the match and beats Oba, because if that's your plan, it's a really dumb plan. This, to me, just makes the Bloodline look stupid. In what planet did Roman Reigns think that Jey was going to walk into the ring with Oba Femi and win? In what realm? In what parallel universe? In what's going on? I mean, if you want to present the Bloodline as being credible and as being, you know, like this really interesting story that where, you know, we really focus on the detail and all of that stuff, having Jey go into a match with Oba with no support provided strikes me as really stupid. I just don't think it makes the Bloodline look good. And I don't think anyone... I mean, we thought that Jey was going to win because we thought there would be like a Brock or there'd be some outside interference. No one said Jey was going to win clean, because not a single fan in the world thought Jey could win clean. But yet, for some reason, Roman has either A, thought he could, which is dumb, or B, knew he wouldn't because it's going to set something up. So, if it's going to set something up, like this was a humbling of Jey for some reason, and it's going to allow Roman to berate Jey and say, Jey, you're not good enough and go and improve or something, okay, let's see where that goes. But, I don't know, man. I think it was really stupid of Roman to watch Jey get through a fatal four-way, get through a semi-final, go to Saudi Arabia, and expect him to beat Oba. I just don't get that. I don't understand that. So, I know that he did say that about go and win it, you know, and do it on your own. It doesn't mean that Roman didn't have a plan B. Doesn't mean that Roman isn't going to throw support when he sees that it's going wrong, you know? So I got to admit, man, I was surprised. I really thought that he would have had some people out there kind of trying to... Because I thought he wanted that second world title coming back. That's what he was saying. They want to run this whole place. Well, that was your opportunity, wasn't it? That was your opportunity to do it. Because you could have got the win for Jey. Jey then would be going into SummerSlam and competing for the title. Perhaps Roman's going to see if he can influence Jey getting a title match against Sami now, you know? Perhaps it's going to lead to that story, but I still think he made a mistake. Even if he does do that, he still made a mistake of not helping Jey secure the win at King of the Ring. Big Time said, I feel like the Raw numbers on Netflix have been a burden for WWE. Obviously, they're paying more, and they rely heavily on stars, with SmackDown, we know, has loyal viewers. More relaxed, less pressure from USA. I really hope we don't get Sami Brock for the title, says Chris. Jesse said, I'm so glad that the Street Profits are the tag champs now. Connor said Jey is going to be jealous of Sami. He actually congratulated him online. So I don't know if that was him just sort of being him, like, well done, mate, you deserve it. If that was in character or out of character, I don't know. But he seemed to congratulate him over the weekend. Suzanne said last night was a good show. Daze, Oba calling out Brock 2 times after the last fight. Do we not think that Oba will stop Brock from winning the belt, says Abram. I think there's a chance, but equally you could say that if Brock wins the championship, then Oba can go after Brock and not only get revenge on Brock, but become champion in the process. So actually, if you're playing 4D chess, is it not ultimately in Oba's benefit that Brock wins the belt? Because if Oba wants to get his hands on Brock at SummerSlam and has been calling him out, if he wants to get his hands on him, there's an opportunity for a championship to be on the line as well. So he might actually want Brock to get that belt because it might ultimately work in his favor. I mean, equally, he can cost Brock against Sami and use his King of the Ring win to select Roman. I've got to think, though, that Brock is going to interfere in that match. I mean, if you're Brock, if Oba's just cost you the title, you're going to cost him the title. So, I don't know. I mean, they could go either way with all of that, couldn't they? Do you have Oba interfere, or is it actually in Oba's interest that Brock gets the belt and then Oba can get it from Brock? Dean said, how do we know if a wrestler is built for being a heel? Well, to be honest with you, the way that I would tell is what they're like in real life. You know, if you've got someone in real life that's a bit kind of standoffish, a bit argumentative, got a bit of fire in them, you know, kind of quite happy to not worry about keeping the peace, then that would say to me that they've, you know, probably are going to be able to use that when it comes to their character as well. You know, I mean, in this world, you've got some people that are very polite, keep themselves to themselves. You know, they've kind of been raised to, you know, be respectful and all that kind of stuff. And then you got some people that are maybe a bit more street smart, you know, that have been through a few things that, you know, kind of haven't had the luxury of just being nice. They've had to fight for stuff, and that means that maybe they've had to be a bit outspoken, a bit confrontational. You know, the environment might have meant that they've got to kind of have that about them. And so I think as you get to know people and you get to look at kind of who they are, that's where you might want to start exaggerating who they are. So WWE do this a lot because so many people come into the business that actually there wouldn't be enough gimmicks to go around. You can't have like a farmer and a policeman and a prisoner and all that stuff because you'd run out of gimmicks. So what you need is you need to just exaggerate who these people are. So, you know, if you're someone that's, you know, been on the streets, you know, in gangs, been in trouble with the police a little bit, nothing serious, but, you know, just been in trouble a little bit. And, you know, you might want to turn all that stuff up and, you know, you'll end up with a character that you end up with. Equally, if you were privately educated, you know, then all of a sudden you're starting to think maybe they're a bit snobbish and perhaps you want to turn that up and you want to go in that direction. But I think it's on a person by person basis. I mean, if you've got a really lovely person that's just, you know, a ray of sunshine, I mean, you're probably going to be starting them off as baby faces. And then behind the scenes, you know, you might want to see what they're like as a heel. So you do some promo classes, give me a heel promo, see what it looks like, see how it feels. They might do it and it just might be terrible. Do you know what I mean? They just might not have it in them. But, yeah, I'm thinking like Roxanne. I mean, she seems like a lovely person in real life. And when she came in, she's like, this has always been my dream and everything. So, you know, we went with that. And then the time came to turn a heel. I've got to think they looked at it behind the scenes first to see what a heel Roxanne would look like. And if they were happy with it, then, of course, you can pull the trigger. But, yeah, most of the time, it's just like an exaggeration of who these people really are. Connor said, Daze, would we like to see Finn Balor get a title opportunity? Yeah, I'm not down on that. I think it might need to get built, but I wouldn't be down on him getting a title opportunity. Could we not do Sami Finn for the title? We could. I don't know how you would build it so quickly, but we could. I think that'd be a really great match. So, yeah, there's no rumours of it, but yeah, you could. Daze, do we think that the rumours are true about Brock beating Sami for the title? Well, I don't know where these rumours are necessarily coming from, but you are now, I think, officially the 21st person to bring it to our attention. So I think that there is definitely a way forward in doing that. I think there are a few way forwards, a few different directions that you can go. I think that's an option, but I don't think it's the only option. So, yeah. I think that Sami's a transitional champion. I think if he gets out of SummerSlam with the belt, he's done very, very well. But, yeah, look, Sami Brock at Saturday night's main event can absolutely happen. Him losing the belt to Brock can absolutely happen. Brock dropping the belt to Oba can absolutely happen. I mean, it's all checks out, doesn't it? I wouldn't hate it if that's the direction that they went. But, yeah, I think equally, you know, we could do Brock Oba, and then you do Oba Roman, and you do the 2-night thing that quite a few people were talking about before Sami won the belt. You know, before Sami wins the main event, I think a lot of people had it in their minds that we were going to do Oba Brock and we were going to do Oba Roman. So midway through Night of Champions, that is what people were probably thinking. And then as soon as Sami wins the belt, all of a sudden now that has changed. And people are now thinking that Brock's getting the belt from Sami and Oba's going to get the belt from Brock. But, I mean, the original idea of the 2-night thing, that's still on the table. So, yes, it's an option, but I think there are a few options. Andy said, I've emailed you a blank editable list for a GOAT list. If you want to make one, just add the wrestlers. Andy, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Big Time said, do we think these next media right negotiations for WWE and TKO will be the toughest because ESPN, Netflix, USA feel like we overpaid? We're looking to actually bring it down. I think they are going to be tough, but I think that you've always got a lot of platforms. I think there's a lot of different places that you can go. There's a lot of networks that are looking for content. I mean, I would say that WWE is in a good position because it is 52 times a year, every week, right? You get a Raw. There's no off season. Wrestling is popular. Might not be the NFL, right? Might not be basketball, but it is like I suppose in a way it's like a sitcom kind of a, not sitcom, TV drama, you know, like Days of Our Lives or something like that. It is just, it's a constant, and there is a ready-made fan base. If you partner up with WWE, you're getting in bed with a pretty big brand that is going to bring a loyal, fanatical fan base with it, which is, okay, the views of the show are not going to rival some of the big other sports, but I would imagine WWE is cheaper than trying to get the rights for those other sports, right? I don't know how it compares to the rest of the market. I don't know how trying to get the basketball rights or trying to get the baseball rights or trying to get the Premier League rights. Financially, I don't know how that compares to trying to get WWE rights. I would imagine that all those things I just said are significantly more. So, you know, WWE by comparison might be fairly priced. It might not be that crazy. It's hard to know what the market looks like, you know. It's hard to know what the other the rest of the market looks like. So yeah, ESPN might feel like they've overpaid and they might want to bring it down, and WWE might struggle to get the same sort of money. But I don't know that they're necessarily looking to get out of it 100%. It just might be they're looking for a slightly better deal next time around. Or maybe, you know, everything gets more expensive and WWE do a deal where they just sign for the same amount. Because actually, to sign for the same amount in a few years' time, rather than an increased amount, is probably fair, if you will. Because the rights for everything is going up. You know, if you want to get NFL, it's only getting more expensive as the years go by. If you want to get the basketball, it's only getting more expensive as the years go by. So if you can do a deal with WWE that's roughly about the same as now, then actually you've done a deal there. You've got yourself a decent deal, because really it should be going up because everything else is going up. All flipping prices are going up. So I think it will be a challenge. Of course it will, but this is really where people get paid the big bucks. I mean, this is really the big driver, money driver for WWE. So this is where, well, you know, Tony Khan is going to be in constant talks with ESPN and Netflix. There's going to be lots of lunches. You know, there's going to be lots of they're not going to get to the end of the deal and be surprised. They're going to have a good idea as to how these networks are feeling. And, you know, if changes need to be made during, because they're going to want to renew. So they're going to do whatever they can to be in the best position possible to renew by the time they get to the end of the deal. If it's obvious that a renewal is not going to be possible, then they're going to be reaching out to other places. And you've got lots of other places that would be interested in bringing in, because there's loads of streaming platforms and there's still TV networks. And who knows? I mean, if you're Fox and you lose, the rights to something, all of a sudden you've got money and you don't have the basketball anymore or something, you know? So you never know how the landscape's going to change either, whereby there might be a network that suffers a loss of a license and of a brand, and then all of a sudden you might become a bit more attractive, and then they can bring you in. They're going to get regular views. They're going to get a passionate fan base, blah, 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 blah. So is it going to be a challenge? Absolutely. Is it always a challenge? Yes. I do think it is largely always a challenge. So there's people that really get paid to just secure those TV deals. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of work that goes on. It's not a case that they're all just sat there now kind of kicking back going, this is great. You know, there's a lot of people that are working there that are in constant communication, making sure that they're in as good a position as they possibly can when it's time to renew. So, yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but it doesn't mean that it's all going to absolutely fall apart and it's going to be the end of the world. Muffin, hello, shout out to you. Butts says, what's your Greg's order? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really go to Greg's. I mean, to be honest, I don't massively leave the house these days. But if I was walking past, I'd definitely be interested in some sort of steak bake. I don't mind the sausage and bean melt that they do, but I'd probably want to get some sort of, steak bake type thing. Sausage roll, because you just have a sausage roll, don't you? I'm not even that crazy about them, honestly. They're fine, they're not bad, but I pick it up as an extra. They're like fries. You don't really go there somewhere. You don't go to McDonald's for just fries. You go for a burger and then you have the fries on the side. That's me with a sausage roll. I'll go for a steak bake, or I'll go for a sausage and bean melt, whatever. But chuck a hot dog, a sausage roll in. I'll have one of those. And honestly, depending how hungry I'm at it, if this is lunch, if it's just a snack, I might leave it at that. But if it's lunch and it's like a proper meal, because when I was at work, I didn't always eat breakfast. So normally my first meal might be lunch. I might have a chicken baguette thing as well. So I normally come away with a few items and then maybe a donut as the dessert, and a drink of some kind, but I'm not sure. It'd be probably a water these days. I drink a lot of water these days. So it'd probably be something like that. And I think depending on if it's a lunch, I mean, that would probably be my first meal of the day. So, yeah, a few items and a little donut just to end on a high, you know? A bit of a sugar rush. Jared said, Daze, is tonight taped or is it live? Live. They're taping, I believe, SmackDown after, which is why it's starting a little earlier. So it is live, but it's early, isn't it? It's going to catch a few people off guard, this one. People are not going to see this one coming. I'm expecting people to jump in later going, what's going on? I've just arrived. I didn't realise. So hopefully, though, because we normally start at 11, hopefully anyone that would join us at that time is going to, you know, join us just in time for the start of this show. So big thank you to everyone that's obviously been joining us as well. We've obviously done a couple of big streams over the weekends with Night of Champions, Great American Bash. So it's nice that we've kind of come through that. And now here we are with Raw, and we're going to see the fallout of everything. I'm looking forward now to, as we build to Saturday night's main event, but more so as we build to SummerSlam. And yeah, as we said, if Sami can get out of SummerSlam with the belt, I think he's done very, very well. I am not expecting Sami to be champion as we come out of SummerSlam, but he could be. He could be. Cody Ideas said maybe we'll see an 8-woman tournament if Rhea has got to relinquish the title, including like JC and Charlotte, Alexa, Lash, Chelsea, Jade, Julia, Jordan. Then maybe the final could be at SummerSlam. What would we think? Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd have no problem with that. We have just done a tournament, so whether they would have an appetite to do another tournament, I'm not sure. They might want to try and find a couple of number one contenders. It could be that they do, like, you know, a couple of semi-finals and a final, you know. So it could just be like 4 women. They might do a fatal 4-way. I don't know. There's a few options on the table as to what they do. I wouldn't mind another tournament. Whether they would want to do that so soon after Queen of the Ring, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, we'd have to figure something out. There's no word. I haven't heard anything on Rhea, so I don't know that if she's going to have to relinquish. I would imagine WWE again. Thankfully, we've still got plenty of time, so obviously they're going to be keeping an eye on the situation. I think as soon as they know for certain she is out, then, you know, we'll do something about it. But I think they're going to want to give her as much chance as possible to not miss that show. She's a big star for them. So I think they're going to want to give her as much time as they can. Chris said, Daze, Germany are losing. Are they? Oh, my God. Imagine if Germany go out. Oh, my God. What, are they losing 1-0, are they, at the moment, to Paraguay? Oh, just as you said that, they've scored. So it's 1-1 now. Boo. There we go. Relief for Germany. 1-1. 1-1 now, says Island High Life. Matteo said, Daze, hope you're doing well. What do we expect from tonight's Raw? What do King and Queen of the Ring have to say? Chad, JD should bang. Jimmy, LA Knight. What will Roman say, says Matteo. Well, they're going to have to make their choices as to who they're going to face. But as we said earlier, we've seen these segments before where we could actually get them delaying the decision, right? I mean, Io's already made her choice. She said, didn't she, after that she's coming after Liv? So the Io segment is going to be probably a confrontational moment with Liv. You might even get a bit of Danhausen around because he put that spell on Liv. And we saw the interview after, and Liv was like, there is no curse. So I could see this curse thing being a factor. So I'm expecting something along those guys. In regards to Oba, he's either going to come out and say a name, or he's going to kick the can down the road a little bit, you know, and say that he wants to think about which way he should go. He might want to have a little look at SmackDown, to have a look at Sami. He might want to have a think about Roman. I'm sure the crowd are going to be telling him to go after Roman. Whether he's just going to make that choice tonight, I'm not sure. If he chooses Roman, it's going to be hard to get out of it. I mean, that would say to me, if he chooses Roman tonight, that the 2 nights of Oba is potentially back on, right? So I think that's an option with him choosing Roman and, you know, kind of going after Roman. It's definitely the match the fans want, but you're going to have to find a way of taking Oba's attention away from Roman. I mean, who knows? Perhaps Brock attacks. I mean, could it be a case that Brock comes back tonight and attacks Oba? I don't know. I feel like if you really want to do the match where he faces Brock, you can't really have him go after and select Roman unless he's going to change his mind a little further down the road. So it's going to be a very interesting segment. Very interesting segment. It should give us some answers as to where we're going, but we know IYO already selected Liv. Chris, shout out to you, buds. Said I'm having a bad day with energy levels and tiredness. Well, listen, you know, it's one of those, isn't it, where you just got to look after yourself, and if you're feeling a bit run down, a bit tired, you know, just do whatever they recommend. I mean, I would say have a little nap or something, but perhaps they've said not to do that and, you know, have a sugary drink or something instead. I'm not sure. But so I'm certainly not going to give you any medical advice. But I would say it's good that you know that you're kind of, you know, running a bit low, and just do what you have been told to do in that situation. And I think the worst thing you can do is sort of like focus on it or worry about it or be like, oh, you know, just got to deal with it. Got to, you know, be strong. And if they've said like try and stay awake in that situation, then, you know, try and stay awake. Hopefully Raw is going to help you do that. I'm hoping we're going to have an episode here that's going to be worth staying awake for, to be honest. So send in good energy your way, Chris. Shout out to you. Cody said, if we rewatch when IYO chooses Liv for SummerSlam, you can see Liv saying, oh shit, says Cody. Well, she just lost to her, didn't she? So I could understand that. She'd literally just lost to her. So I can't imagine that this is something, you know, Liv was hoping to win this tournament and then go after Rhea and become Liv 2 belts. You know, she is now looking at a situation where she might be Liv no belts after SummerSlam. So, yes, not a good weekend for Little Miss Trouble. She is now potentially cursed, and she is now potentially looking at losing her championship. 7 minutes till showtime, said Lone Star Friend. Yep, it's coming up. It's not far away. Couldn't we do a triple threat to protect Oba from taking a pin of Oba, Roman, and Brock, says Cody Ideas. We could do. The only thing I'd say about that is triple threat. How does Brock get into that match? Because I don't know that ideally Roman shouldn't want to put himself in a triple threat. You know, it's going to be bad enough him having to defend against Oba. He shouldn't really want to have to deal with Brock. So again, I think the story, you can do it. You can get to it. You know, you can put Brock in the main event of night 2 in a triple threat with Oba. But how do we get to that? I don't even know if Oba would welcome it. Again, it brings us back to that thing where baby faces just being like, yeah, let's do the triple threat is so dumb. But I mean, WWE have got a rich history of allowing baby faces to do that. I mean, Cody at the weekend was fine with it being a triple threat, and now he's not champion. So, you know, you would kind of wish that these wrestlers would learn and, you know, not put themselves in stupid situations. So if we're going to do a triple threat, I think how we would get to it would be very interesting. And I hope it wouldn't be in a really dumb way, in a way that's quite frustrating. But yeah, again, it's an option that's on the table. You don't have to do Oba Brock and then Oba Roman. You could do a triple threat but it's just how do we get to it? Javon said, Daze, according to my Netflix, NXT is taped next week. Do we think Jey is going to confront Oba about this tap out? If yes, then what would happen next? I don't know if he is or if he isn't, to be honest. It's hard to know if it was a moment that happened, because it wasn't like there wasn't a big deal that was made out of it. And that says to me that it's not really part of the show. It's not really part of the plan. So I'm not expecting him to call it out, but he could do, because, you know, he should, really. As a character that's just lost the final, if he believes that he made the person tap and the ref didn't see it, then he should sort of make a thing out of it. And if he does, then I could see there being a rematch, maybe at Saturday night's main event. Whether he will, I'm not sure, because I really don't know if it's actually part of the story, or if it's just like a moment that Oba, because he bangs on the thing like that a few times, and then I think there is a bit of a a tap, but it's not a tap as in I quit. It's like a come on, trying to get up type thing, you know. I feel like it's a lot of nothing. It feels to me at the moment like it was not planned, and I think that Jay probably saw a bit of chatter around it and just brought some attention to it. But they've got the option of using it in story if they want to now, you know? And maybe that can get us out of Oba calling out Roman. As we said, you know, someone's got to interrupt Oba without calling out Roman if we want to do Oba versus Brock. And maybe the person that's going to interrupt is Jey. So, yeah, I think you make a good point. Is that something they're going to use to prevent Oba from naming Roman as the person he wants? Because as soon as he does that, it feels like we're going to be pretty much locked in to Oba Roman. And so then the question, of course, is, well, what's happening with Oba Brock? So maybe Jey comes out before Oba can actually select or say a name, select a champion, and, you know, accuse Oba of tapping and blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I must admit, that's not what I was going into this show expecting. But again, it's an option that's on the table. It's something WWE can do if they so choose to go that way. Oba Jey rematch at Saturday night's main event, says Connor. Why are they dragging the Roxanne story out? Just get it done, says Cody Ideas. Yeah, I think at the moment the story is that Roxanne is actually happy in Judgment Day and kind of wants it to work. So I think we're having to sort of plant seeds where Roxanne's learning that Liv is out for herself. This is not a team unity type place. This is not about them all succeeding. This is about Liv succeeding. And it might just take a little bit of time for that message to kind of come through. So I think it's okay. I mean, we've seen way worse than this when it comes to things being dragged out. We've seen way worse. So at the moment, I would say I'm okay with it. But yeah, I'm not really looking for this story to go on and on and on and on and on. Okay, Raw is about to begin, so lots of chatter about where we're going. Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? I think there's a lot of very, very viable options as to where we can go. We're going to find out where we are actually going. Guys, got breaking news. John Cena's gone bald. We've got a bald John Cena, and he doesn't wear jorts anymore, and he doesn't wear sneakers either. This is a John Cena foot reveal right here. There's a lot going on in this picture. There is a lot going on. John Cena has clearly had his hair surgically removed by this person here. Amazing. Looks like that guy has been inspired by Triple H. Perhaps that's Triple H. Guys, this is a really wild picture of John Cena and Triple H. This is John Cena and Triple H in 2026. Wow. Okay, we are... Oh, let's move this over. I don't have any commentary. Is there any commentary? Ah, there he is. There he is. Okay, we're just going back to... We're just looking back at Night of Champions. You heard it here first. James Gunn is recasting John Cena as Lex Luthor, says Pat. Maybe Jey is going to show a clip of Oba tapping out and Oba just demolishes him, says Cody Ideas. Maybe. The way that it was done and the way that there wasn't like a big fuss made of it, that's what makes me think that it wasn't really part of a plan or a big story or anything. But as I said, they could absolutely use it still. Okay, they're just showing us highlights of Night of Champions at the moment. Sean said, Daze, is the only thing I hope with Brock and Sami match, if it did happen, is that Sami doesn't need to get squashed like Kofi Kingston, says Sean. Well, that could be part of the build, actually, Sean. You know, I mean, that could be sort of referenced. I think that it was quite a famous squash. It was quite a famous moment. So I wouldn't be down on Sami saying, you're not going to do me like you've done others. There's no going to be, it's going to take you a lot longer than 7 seconds to put me away or something like that, you know? Even on the replay, I'm surprised they haven't redone the commentary. But the highlights have also got the audio issues. So, Chris said, I thought that Seth's match was amazing, says Chris. House J Roblox said, do we think that Oba will choose Roman? Do we think Oba will choose Roman? It's been a big conversation we've been having. I think there's a few different directions that they can go. I think choosing Roman is one of them. But equally, some people think that actually Sami is going to lose the belt to Brock and then Oba will choose Brock. If we do that... Cadet said it's a matter of time for John Cena going balds. Yeah, we did just have a little dip out there momentarily. Hopefully nothing more than that. I like Jey, but no way could he beat Oba clean, says Ampy Ballin. Welcome back, Daze. Thank you, Mr. B-Light. It's great to be back, buds. Okay. Oba Femi then making his way down to the ring. Here we go. Oba Femi. Let's see what he's got to say. We're starting off with hot. Oba. Crowd are making plenty of noise here for Oba Femi. He's got that crown. He looks good with that crown, you know. He looks good with that crown. Look at that. Is that a new shirt for Oba? Okay, Oba Femi then making his way down to the ring with the crown. Fans chanting away. Oba. Dun, t, t, t. Oh, that picture apparently is like a hair transplant thing. So that's why he's bald. That's why John Cena's gone bald. He's gone for like a second round of like hair transplant. Okay, Oba then in the ring. Holding the crown. That's quite an image, that, isn't it? With him holding that crown above his head. Oba. Oba. He looks good, man. He looks real good. The aura is real. Oba. Okay, Oba in the ring. Loud cheers from the crowds. Loud Oba chants. Oba. Oba. Okay, where's this going? That's good. That's fine. That's good. That's fine. That's a reaction. A reception. Befitting of a ruler. That is a reaction, a reception befitting of a ruler. Okay. Okay, so he announces himself the winner of King of the Ring. Gets a loud cheer and a round of applause. Oh, okay, so we're doing plenty of aura farming at the moment. We're farming that aura. I told Jey Uso that Destiny was on my sides. Who's Destiny? Destiny isn't finished with me? Oh, she sounds fun. I like the sound of Destiny. A choice has to be made. Well, I mean, look. Brock Lesnar's music hits, and Brock Lesnar comes out, and he's interrupted the choice being made, which is exactly what we were talking about, how you're going to have to stop him from making a choice. So does Brock interrupt? Does Jey interrupt? Maybe Jey interrupts and says, you know, you tapped out. They haven't gone with Jey. They've gone with Brock. I'm a bit surprised that they've just had the music hit and had him come walking out, actually. But Brock is here. Brock is in the entranceway. So they haven't had him attack during the actual match and the tournament. It's very nice of Brock to let Oba just win the tournament first, isn't it? It's very kind of Brock to not interfere and just pop up a couple of nights later. Perhaps he was busy on Saturday or so much, you know what I mean? Perhaps he was busy. Brock Lesnar making his way down to the ring. Brock has come out with Heyman. Heyman grabs a microphone. Oba obviously has not took his eyes off Brock, but to be honest with you, I don't think there's going to be any violence at the start here, because if they wanted to jump him, he easily could have jumped him. Brock on the outside, walking around the outsides. He's saying, I think he's telling him, settle down, big man. Settle down, big man. Yeah, we're going to have a chat first. Calm down. Brock Lesnar getting in the ring. Oba Femi standing, staring at Brock. Brock applauds Oba. Oba, this very interesting look, isn't that, from Oba? Brock standing there, good distance away. It's Brock that's going to get the microphone here. Brock's going to say a few words. Green shirt guy in the front row, by the way. Green shirt guy in the front row. Your king of the ring. Oba Femi. Brock Lesnar. He went to shake his hand. He was like, oh, no. My apologies. I haven't watched the show. Everyone knows I don't watch the show. Why did Brock have to say I didn't watch the show? Everyone knows I don't watch the show. Was that necessary? I was watching AEW on Sunday. That was more exciting for me. But so I don't watch this show. But congrats anyway. Heyman tells me you're really good at calling me names. I heard you call Brock Lesnar a coward. When I'm not here, you call Brock Lesnar. Heyman said it was a great promo. It's about money. I heard you cut a great promo, which I never really could, which is why I've got Mr. Heyman. Oh, I kind of like that line from Brock. So he doesn't watch the show and he can't cut a promo. Oh, low blow by Brock. Talk shiz. Get his. Kind of. He's got him up on his... bang! Shoulders. F5. So a low blow and an F5. Down goes Oba. Is that it? Brock Lesnar gets in the ring and kicks the king in the dong. Wow, I'm here for it. Now, that was a great promo, says Paul Heyman. There we go. Kicked him right in the throne. Raw has just started on Netflix. Brock and Oba in the ring. Low blow, an F5, said Wrestling Fan. Oh, Oba on his feet. Oh, I hope he speaks in a high voice. Imagine that. Brock Lesnar, get back in the ring right now. You said I called you names behind your back. Guess what? You're in front of me and you're still a... I can't say it. I'm not bad enough to say it. Oba. Brock Lesnar. At SummerSlam. Well, there we go. Brock Lesnar, Oba Femi at SummerSlam. Brock says, I accept. Hell in a Cell, yes! That's what I've been waiting for! Hell in a Cell! Oh, I'm so pleased they did it. Oh, I'm so pleased they did it. We saw Oba Brock at WrestleMania, and it seemed like Brock had retired. And as soon as he came back, it's like, well, if he's going to come back, you got to show me something different. We got to do something different. Hell in a Cell. That's great. That's worth coming back for. I want to see that match. Oba, Brock Lesnar, Hell in a Cell. People are also saying, why didn't we do Bron and Seth in Hell in a Cell? And again, you know, if you've got plans to already do one soon, then it makes sense that you would just do a cage match for those two. So, yeah, it's gone in a direction that has been speculated about. We didn't know if they were going to do it. I'm really pleased they have. I'm really pleased they have. Street Profits got those belts. Hell in a Cell. Okay, let's get a score for that segment, shall we? Let's get a segment score. Was you happy with it? Okay, Roman. He's going to be on the show tonight. So, I mean, at the moment, it looks like we're doing the 2-night thing again. Right, we've gone to commercial break. They're just showing a clip of R-Truth being on the Undertaker podcast. Deacon said, I can't wait for that Hell in a Cell match. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Love the fact that they've done that. It's what I hoped. I think we all knew they were going to face, but I really did want something that I hadn't seen, and Hell in a Cell is obviously that between these two. So, yes, fantastic. At SummerSlam, maybe Brock could still get the title from Sami, says Glockness. Well, he could do, but Oba has still got the King of the Ring win, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't used that here. So if Brock gets the belt, he's already got a match with Brock. So technically, he still has not used his King of the Ring thing. So we could have Oba 2 belts by the end of SummerSlam. I mean, he could fight Brock for 1 belt on night 1 and choose to face Roman on night 2 because well, he ain't chosen a champion right now. So if Brock did get that belt from Sami at Saturday night's main event, and maybe that looks a little less likely now because of the fact that we've just got to this match anyway. I don't know. The 2-night thing, I think, is on the table. It's not something I was looking for because I was quite into Roman versus Seth, to be honest. But I wonder if they've decided to do Roman Seth at WrestleMania next year if they don't have The Rock lined up. You got to do something with Roman next year at WrestleMania. I think the 2 options are either Oba or Seth. There's other options, but I think those are the 2 most interesting for me. You're probably going to do one at SummerSlam and one at WrestleMania. I thought they were going to do the Seth one at SummerSlam, but maybe they're going to do the Oba one. Either way, I just got something I'm really thrilled about. I'm really thrilled that we have got the Hell in a Cell announced. I think Michael Cole was saying, like, oh, if it gets accepted, then this is it's going to be accepted. Could you imagine them turning that flipping thing down? Okay, get your thoughts in. Ethan Page is making his way to the ring. I believe he's going to be in action against Rey Mysterio, and this is going to be our first match. We're already 20 minutes in. But a big start to this Raw. Big start to this Raw. Jared said, I wasn't expecting that. I thought his condition was going to be for a title shot. So who's your choice? Oba. Who's your choice? Oba. What, as to who wins? Oh, I think Oba definitely wins. I think Oba definitely wins. But that's not him using his King of the Ring. The prize for King of the Ring is that you get to face a champion for a title. He's not done that. He's just issued a challenge to Brock, which Brock has accepted. So unless I hear otherwise, he's still got the ability to choose a champion. We're going to need to get that sorted, though, because they could also kick the prize down the road, couldn't they? It could be that actually Oba does fight for a title, but it's not going to be at SummerSlam. Because Brock accepts, we're going to just move it, a bit later. Could be at Money in the Bank. Could be that Oba gets to fight for a title at Money in the Bank. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that. I mean, I think there is a chance that we do a 2-night thing. But, technically he hasn't. He's called out Brock, but he hasn't selected a champ. Kyle Loves Wrestling said Oba, Brock, main event night 1, and then Roman night 2. Word Live Cena fan said Oba, Brock in Hell in a Cell should main event SummerSlam. Yeah, I think it definitely will. I think it will main event SummerSlam. 2-1, is it? People are saying. This might as well give Oba all the belts and abandon the roster and build the company around Oba, says Brony. Bradley said apparently Raw is 3 hours on Netflix. It says there's 2 hours 40 left. Oh, hang on. We're backstage. SummerSlam. Do you know how good this match is? Adam Pearce. I can't imagine that you got to work that hard to convince him. Thank you, Mr. Heyman. His theory. You didn't know I was here? Now you know. Heyman walks away from theory. You didn't know I was here? Well, now you know. This Raw team is so... This creative team is so good. Adam Pearce. Oh, I'll take that when I want it. Maybe they are going to kick it. Oba. Brock. He says... The championships will always be there. I'll take it whenever I want. Yeah, but okay, all of a sudden, maybe we're not getting... Perhaps it is Roman Seth. Perhaps it is Roman Seth. It seems like Oba, for now, is going to forego the title opportunity. I don't know if that means that he still gets the opportunity a little bit further down the road, or if he just is giving it up. He said the titles will always be there. Opportunities will always be there. I think surely they just move his title. He's earned the title opportunity, so surely they just kick it down the road. I gotta tell you, I think I'm getting everything I want. I wasn't crazy about the 2 nights for Oba. I kind of feel like there's a lot of complaints about how we don't get people on the pay-per-views and all this. So Oba being in both the main events, I was like, I'm kind of into the Roman Seth match, to be honest. I kind of would like Roman Seth. So we might end up getting Roman versus Seth and Oba versus Brock. And the Hell in a Cell. Jesus Christ. Sami Zayn's champion. We're getting the Hell in a Cell. We might be getting Roman Seth. I am eating so good. This is just wonderful. Can I just say, WWE, we're back. We are definitely back. This is what being back looks like. This is a really... I'd like to thank everyone that's made this possible. We don't want people going fickle on Oba and winning it too soon, says Andy. Well, yeah, I think there's definitely that as well, yeah. I think there's definitely that as well. Like, you know, I did say, though, because there was a lot of excitement and there was a lot of people getting a bit carried away. I did say that I wouldn't pull the trigger at WrestleMania for him. And because even around WrestleMania, there was people that saying he should go for the title. I said SummerSlam at the earliest. So when he won King of the Ring, I was fine with it. No problems. I'm absolutely fine with him winning King of the Ring. And if he goes and wins the title, fine. I think, you know, this guy is so over that I don't personally have an issue with it. But, yeah, I think that, again, just delaying it a little bit, making people wait that little bit longer. Good things come to those that wait. Hopefully, you don't want to leave it too long, of course. You don't want the moment to pass. But I don't think the moment's passing with Oba. I don't think the moment's passing. I think the Oba aura is here to stay. It'd be like worrying that the moment's going to pass with Brock Lesnar. It's not going to pass. And I think the same is true with Oba as well. So, yeah, I'm honestly, it's a thumbs up from me. Get your thoughts in as we are underway with Ethan and Ray. Get your thoughts in. I want to get to as many comments as I can. We should be going to a commercial break soon, actually. So this is the match that we've got. Got to end the poll because I don't want people getting confused. Let's go 59, 22, 17, and 2. Okay, you lot said that was great. 76. Lovely. Daze, this is only Brock Lesnar's third Hell in a Cell ever. It's his first since 2000. Is it really? Blimey now. I'm watching Seth Bron Breakker cage match now, says Zingbot. It's really good. Brony said, the one I would rather have is LA Knight, to be honest, but that match isn't big enough for WWE SummerSlam main event. Troy said, now instead of Chad Gable going against the Luchadors, we have to watch Paige facing them, says Troy. Oh, I think Ray is a bona fide legend, though, isn't he? Right now, he's trying to rip that mask off. A couple of back elbows coming in. Shot there by Ethan. Looks like Germany-Paraguay is going into extra time, which I didn't really expect. Kind of felt that Germany should have had enough there. Just shows that it's hard. Ray spilling to the outsides. Germany-Paraguay extra 30 minutes, says Benito. Okay, commercial break. Maggie said, it's not the spirit of a wannabe king. You want to take every opportunity when you're making your way. I'm interested in Roman, Seth. Still, don't trust the doofus. He always F's it up. Days extra time in the Germany game, says James. Thank you. Brony said, I'm happy for Kendall Gray being the NXT Women's Champion. Sean said, I think Brock Lesnar saying he doesn't watch the show is a callback to the backstage segment in 2019-2018 when he said to Paul that he doesn't watch the show. I agree. I still think it's a weird thing for him to say, though. It didn't really feel like totally necessary to like repeat, but fine. Radiated Zombie said, let's hope we can keep all the good NXT Raw Night of Champions on Friday, as Friday usually ruins the momentum for me. Yeah, it's true. I mean, honestly, we're half an hour into this show. I've really enjoyed it, as I'm sure, you know, seemingly you lot are as well. And I have been really impressed with the Raw creative team. I really like that backstage moment between Heyman and Theory. It feels like there's a shift with the Vision. It feels a little bit like the Vision experiment is ending. You know, it looks like Heyman's on his way out of that group. And also, you know, Bron Breakker losing to Seth kind of says to me that the push for Bron Breakker is just going to settle a little bit. It's not over. I just don't think it's going to be as intense. Perhaps they're going to focus him on the tag belts for the short term, and have him just partner Theory as we wait for Bronson to return, and obviously Logan being injured. But I think it's right. I mean, the bottom line is we can't sit here and keep talking about how the vision isn't working. The vision isn't working. The vision isn't working. And then flipping, we get to a situation where, you know, we're then surprised that they stop really pushing the vision. I mean, good. It isn't working. It isn't working. You got loads of injuries. You're either going to have to bring in new members and give it loads of TV time and try and get it working, or just pivot to something else. And to be honest, I'm all right with pivoting to something else. I'm all right with us trying some other stuff instead. So I don't think that's a bad move. Ethan keeping Ray down. Tough spot for Ray and Ethan having to follow that, said Shining Wizard. No one here is remotely interested. Well, it was that commercial break. So for many people, they might have had adverts then. Do we think that Oba will retire Brock? Yes, I think so. Daze, it makes sense with the vision splitting because Bron has lost to Seth twice, says Big Time. Carl said there's too many complaints about titles being too soon for wrestlers. If we remember, Hogan won after just signing with WWE. It works as long as there is good creative following, says Carl. Name is Josh. Josh said, "Be back first. Shoot out of the year." Jared said, maybe we're getting Oba Roman at WrestleMania 43 for Saudi if The Rock's not available. Jared, I think you could be right, but yeah. I think those are, you know, I think the Roman Oba match is probably the biggest match you can do at the moment. And saving it for WrestleMania, I'm really not down on. Top rope pulled down there by Ray. Ethan goes to the outsides. Ray in the ring, going against the ropes. Off that bottom rope. Bang, splashing down on Ethan. Daze, what a swerve it'll be if Oba puts over Brock and Oba is the one who retires Brock. You think it's that easy? I've got a lot left in the tank. I think he's going to be the one that retires him. And yeah, I think that the Hell in a Cell stipulation is a very welcome addition. They haven't said that it's a career thing. I'll be interested to see if it builds and that gets added, you know, as a stipulation. Sent on there by Ray, going off that middle rope crossbody. Down goes Ethan, going for the cover to shoulder up. Mackenzie said, do we think IYO won Queen because of Rhea? No. Are you saying like Liv would have won it if Rhea was available? I don't think so, because there was a rumor a few weeks ago now that Rhea JC was being discussed for SummerSlam. I don't know how accurate that rumor is. I can't even remember where it came from. I think it was PW Insider. So, you know, I don't know that that is, you know, set in stone, but there's never been any word that Rhea Liv was the plan. So I think that, back elbow. I think Liv must have been in this Queen of the Ring for a reason, because it was a weird addition to put her in. The fact that she lost the final to IYO and then IYO has chosen to face her again, I think is probably part of like a planned story. So I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong and it might be revealed that they did change it, but I think that because of the rumor that I'd heard of Rhea JC, and because Liv was in Queen of the Ring for some reason, you know, putting a champion in was strange. And the fact that it's now led to a match between them, which IYO won, and now they're going to face for the title at SummerSlam, I think it's probably gone the way it was planned to go. Here's Ray going against the ropes, looking for a 619, but a big boot there by Ethan. Gotta tell you, the crowd are making some noise here. The crowd are enjoying this as Ethan plants Ray, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Yeah, good reaction here. By the crowds. Ethan standing over Ray, grabbing Ray. Ray being picked up. He's on the shoulders. He's going up top. He's got Ray on his shoulders right now. Elbows coming in there by Ray. And again, some elbows coming in. Oh, Ethan goes over. He goes down. Coming over. Is in position for the 619. Ray going against the rope. 619 connects. Connects. Ray climbing up, going up. Looking for a splash. 1, 2, 3. Ray gets it. Ray Mysterio beats Ethan. Some people might be down on that. Ray being a legend, kind of getting the win over Ethan, but yeah. I'm not down on it. Ethan as a heel can take those kinds of losses and still cheat his way to opportunity and titles and whatever, so I really don't think that's a loss that's hurting Ethan in any way. Crowd are making some noise here. The energy just went up, said AB. Yep. Okay, Rey Mysterio then picking up the win. And we're backstage with Danhausen segment. Okay. JD wants to get uncursed. What is Dominic doing? Oh, there's like a Knicks thing. To Danhausen from the Knicks. Okay, Dominic's gonna, I think, steal this plaque thing that he got. Okay. LA Knight and Jimmy. That's coming up tonight. We got LA Knight backstage. Okay, Atlantic City is where we are. Well, what do we think about Enzo Maresca coaching Manchester City, said Miguel? Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Right, Ethan's very good with the big boot. He reminds me how many felt Roman's big boot, says Maggie. Apart from Hell in the Cells, are there any other stipulations we would like to see at SummerSlam, said RTX? To be honest, I'd like to see the matches first before saying, oh, we should do that, do this. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head with like some of the matches. I mean, I don't need anything between Roman and Seth, for example, or Liv and IYO. I mean, they're all going to be title matches anyway, so it'll be interesting to see what the match card looks like. And if we do need a little extra spice somewhere, then we can always put a little something in. But by and large, probably only looking for a couple of matches to have stipulations. Normal matches, title matches, and then just a couple of matches with like a street fight or something being in there as well. It looks like the Joe Hendry segment is going to be next. Word Live Cena fans said Daze with Zarya Tatum being a well-received match and Lola Kendall being right behind it. Which women's matches on Raw or SmackDown NXT has been match of the year so far? Oh, that's a really good question, actually. I think for me, I've really enjoyed Bailey Flammer from AAA. I would also look at Kendall Lola from Madison Square Garden because I actually think that was earlier this year and I think it was better than the one that they did yesterday. So I would put that in there as well. I seem to remember there being a women's match fairly recently, and we were like, is that the best women's match we've had on the main roster so far? But I can't remember what it was. I just remember saying that, and it was certainly not from Night of Champions. Was it maybe something from Clash in Italy? Because I do remember saying, is that the best match that we've had so far? Women's match. I cannot recall as to what we said it about. Metal Mama said, I hate this guy. Well, Metal Mama, I am trying. Yeah? You haven't got to be so rude about it. But I mean, now we open up the stream. We welcome you in. We're such a loving community. God, I hate this guy. Dates, do you remember when WWE had Mini Cena? We've done a fair few of those kind of moments. I want to find this Clash in Italy card to see if there is... I should probably just go to the Wikipedia page, to be honest. Mackenzie said Danhausen and Judgment Day mini feud. Danhausen and Judgment Day mini feud, yeah. I kind of like they're doing a proper story there where, you know, Dominic just said, let's get him to come to us. I thought that was a good idea, actually. I kind of like that. So I like the fact we're doing something like a proper story there rather than just like these little backstage moments. We're actually doing something a bit more engaging than that. So fair play. Okay. Clash in Italy. Was there a women's match there that stood out? No, actually. Sol Ruka, Becky Lynch. 3 stars from Dave Meltzer. Rhea Ripley, Jade Cargill, 3 stars. I'd have to have a look, to be honest. There was definitely a match recently, I remember saying, that might be the best women's match we've had so far on the main roster. But the one that comes to my mind is Bailey Flammer. I really enjoyed that. That was AAA. About, what was that? About a month and a half, 2 months ago. Okay, Joe Hendry is in the ring. All right, he's bringing out the Street Profits. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, Street Profits. Bum bum. Okay, Street Profits are in the entranceway. The red cups are raining down. This is probably going to be a Vision segment, isn't it? This is probably where we're going to get the Vision. And Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry in the building, and now the Street Profits as tag champs. It's stacked tonight. Spin goods. Kendall Gray, Lola Vice against Kalani Jordan and Zarya. It was a tag match that went down about 2 weeks ago, and that got 4.5 stars from Dave Meltzer. But I'm sure we said like main roster, so I don't think it's that I was thinking of, but that was a banger as well, actually. That it was a really, really fun match. I'm just bothered as to what this flipping this main roster women's match was. Bum, 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 bum. I'm just on cage match, and as I'm going down, there's just no great, which is weird, isn't it? Because we always praise the women's division. You'd think that they would be kind of really well represented, but they're not. There's plenty of Kendall Gray. IYO SKY Backlash 425. I don't know that it was that. That was Backlash. Perhaps it was that. Perhaps it was IYO SKY. Okay, Street Profits in the ring. IYO SKY, but I don't feel convinced by that. Okay, crowd are chanting, "You deserve it" to the Street Profits. Where are we time-wise? We're 46 minutes into this show. 31, 7, and 3. Okay, Joe's in the ring and he's got his guitar. Germany have scored. Okay, Street Profits, just thank the fans for always rocking with them for the last 10 years. Are they bringing out Seth? Okay, doesn't look like they're bringing him out, but they just mention him. What is this segment? This feels like a house show segment. We got to thank the main man that you came here to see tonight, Joe Hendry. Okay, McKen said Road Dogg could have been Joe's roadie. We're just keeping the one camera angle as well, aren't we, at the moment? We haven't done any camera cut. We've literally got this one camera and it's just been there pretty much all throughout, just with the three of them. That goal's been disallowed, hasn't it? It was a foul on the keeper, says Isja. Okay, wow. Jamley, thank you. Austin Theory cries himself to sleep at night, says Joe. Okay, they finally cut to a different camera angle. Okay, Austin Theory's coming out, and I would just like to thank Austin Theory for that. Austin Theory making his way out. He's come out on his own here. That segment was pretty painful, to be honest. Maybe I know something you don't know, says Theory. Next week, there's going to be a rematch. Okay. Dawkins said, is that a good idea? Is your dog going to get healthy enough? The dog will be off the leash next week. Joe says no. Is that a new catchphrase? We could wait till later, or we could do it right here, right now, says Joe. So it looks like Joe against Theory is going to be our next match. This feels like NXT or even TNA, says Guitar Crow. I've got to admit, I really was not vibing with that at all. But, you know, there's going to be people out there that got something from it, so God bless you all. Okay, it's took us to this match. Okay, we're almost done with hour one, and, I mean, we bet pretty good, to be honest, for this hour. That match was decent between Ethan and Ray. You lot scored it good 97. So that was okay. We are at commercial break right now, just as Joe and Theory gets going. We know we've still got Chad Gable in action. We've got LA Knight in action. We've still got to hear from EO, although we know who she's selected. Judgment Day have stolen some sort of plaque that was gifted by the Knicks. So we've definitely got quite a few things still to look forward to. And as we said, we are at commercial break right now. I'm watching it. It's 1-1. That goal was disallowed. Yeah. Looks like that could be sneaking to penalties. I hope it gets to penalties, actually. That'd be really... This will be the first game for us to get to penalties. Seems like Germany are doing pretty well, though. Just looking at the graph, which shows you which team is, like, you know, kind of enjoying the better of the game, possession and opportunities. You can see the yellow is Germany, the white is Paraguay. I mean, it's all pretty much Germany, isn't it? There's just a couple of bits for Paraguay. So, I mean, Germany look like they're dominating it at the moment. But as things stand, it is still 1-1. So, yeah, very good. Very exciting. That one could be making its way to penalties if it stays like that after another 15 minutes. Okay, clothesline there by Theory as Joe Hendry goes down. Benito said, you're missing an intense and aggressive game. Are Paraguay going to shock the world just like the Shockmaster? They might be the Shockmasters. I'd just like penalties, to be honest. I'd love for it to go to penalties. I always enjoy a penalty shootout when it's got nothing to do with England. Okay, Theory grabbing Joe. Upcut there by Joe. And back elbow there by Theory as Joe goes down. Theory flashing the guns as we come back from commercial break. Okay, let's see what they've got for us in this segment, shall we? I think we've got some We Believe chants that I can hear. Upcut coming in there by Hendry. Hendry reversed. He goes in the corner. Theory picking him up. Backbreaker by Theory. No. Bron breaker. Okay. Looks like Bron breaker a bit banged up. So there's no Bron breaker. There's no Bronson Reed. For some reason, no Logan Paul this week. Paul Heyman backstage not interested in Theory. Fair play to Theory, though. I mean, he's out there and he's, you know, not missing a beat. He's believing in himself. Joe getting up to his feet. Grabbing Theory. Oh, stunner there by Joe. Theory charges over to Joe, goes into the corner. Big boot coming in. Bang! DDT. DDT. Corey Graves on the call with Michael Cole. Shot coming in there by Hendry. And again, driving Theory back against the ropes. Over the other sides. Down he goes. Over in the corner. Hendry coming in. Pace is all right to this, you know, actually. Yeah. Catches Theory. Does the fall away slam. Hendry kip up and is going to turn around. You're wasting a lot of time here, Joe Hendry. Bang. The hit single. It's like a discus clothesline, but it's called the hit single. AB said, Daze saying this might go to penalties. Honestly, the way the match is swinging might be right, says AB. Dr. Suchala said, it feels weird seeing Sami as champ in that graphic. It is weird, isn't it? It is weird. Why does this announcer call him Henry instead of Hendry, says Video Watcher. Oh, I haven't heard anything. Shoulder up there by Joe. I've not been a fan of Sami's for a while because of his creative and underwhelming stories for him. Becoming WWE champion made me pleased. He's definitely deserved it, says Brony. Oh, yeah, I mean, again, I'm not expecting a long run. I think it's just nice that he's achieved it, and I just hope whatever happens now, I hope it's entertaining. That's it. Doesn't need to be long. I just hope it's entertaining. You know, if he's going to be champ and fight for a while, you know, let's get a few good matches in. I would like that. I'm not expecting that. But, well, I don't know. I mean, I think by the looks of things right now, the Sami losing the belt to Brock dropping it to Oba seems a little less likely than it did before this show started. It's perfectly fine as an option. I think it was very valid. I think it was on the table. But as we said, there were other ways forward as well. Oh. 1, 2, Joe gets the win. Joe Hendry picks up the victory. Let's get the score in for the match, shall we? So, match score. What do you think about Joe Hendry? I mean, it wasn't very long. Chunk of that match was playing out during a commercial break. Okay. Good 85 for the segment, but what did we think about the match? It's an L for Austin Theory. Okay, here's Raquel. She's backstage talking to Adam Pearce. Maxine wants an opportunity. Okay, looks like we're going to do Maxine against Raquel tonight. Raquel's absolutely fine with that. Here's Liv. Roxanne. Oh, we just saw a little glimpse of the boom mic. Don't worry about IYO. I've got your back. There's IYO. Where did she just come from? That door wasn't closing behind her. So she's walking down. I mean, it does feel like she was just stood there waiting and then started walking, which is exactly what has happened. But where is she in kayfabe meant to have come from? Because that door behind her was closed. Plus also, I think it was a fire door, and I'm not sure you can... Maybe you can open it from the outside. It was closed anyway. Production botches. That's what we're seeing. We just saw the boom mic as well. This company's falling apart. Goddamn falling apart. Cadet said Sami should definitely do a Darby Allin Open Challenge thing for the WWE title on SmackDown. Let's go, EO, says Ampy Ballin. Shining Wizard said, did we notice earlier that Raquel is the tallest out of everyone in Judgment Day? I'm hoping Judgment Day are going to implode at SummerSlam, says Brony. Keep getting your thoughts in, by the way, about the match. Here's Ethan Page. Ethan Page. Corey of Fightful said the rundown for tonight's show didn't make it clear if Oba gets his title shot later or not. Surely he does. Surely he hasn't vacated that that opportunity. That would be dumb. That would strike me as dumb if that happens. Okay, so Ethan just talking about Rey Mysterio. You've got to step on a lot of up-and-comers to keep your place here, says Ethan. What is Ethan saying? Ethan says he is going to be draped in golds. Quite a passionate promo there from Ethan. I didn't hate that, you know. Sometimes on these promos during commercial break, they don't really have much to say. The Rusev one grabbed a lot of attention last week. But, yeah, sometimes they don't really have a great deal to say. But actually this time, that was not bad. Okay, we're in Atlantic City. We are back from commercial break. They've killed Ethan for me. Taking the ego from his entrance, says Ian. I'm thankful that thankful we were not injured, but I am now without a car. Corey, hope everything's okay, buds. I haven't seen whatever's gone down there. Days with Cena and Brock retirement. How much longer do we think Ray will compete for? Not long. He said that he was already thinking of wrapping it up. But actually, what stopped him from doing that was Dominic in 2020 coming in. So he ended up sticking around. So it's definitely something that's kind of in his mind. But actually his daughter's getting into it now. So he might want to keep pushing to stay around for her, to try and help her however he can. So I think it's the kids. I think it's the kids that's keeping him around. Okay, here is EO. Let's see what EO's got to say. We already know who she's going after. Let's go. Super cute. She's like mouthing along with it in the entranceway as she is announced as the Queen of the Ring. She's got that crown. She's making her way down to the ring. Queen of the Ring, IYO SKY. The women's crown looks so much nicer than the men's. Men's is just not like one colour. This one's got like... It's got like a little bit, hasn't it, around the thing. It's a bit more detailed, the women's. There's the graphic for Liv and IYO. That goes down at SummerSlam. Oh, I think they've changed the graphic as well, because that says Minnesota now rather than Minnesota. IYO in the ring holding up the crown, jumping for joy. Okay. Big smile on IYO's face. Let's see what she has got to say. You already know who she's going after. I'm not sure what else she can add, really, but... She puts it on. I am super duper grateful to be coming back to the US as the Queen. I am super duper grateful. Oh, we don't hear enough super dupers in wrestling. That crown's a bit big for her head, isn't it? I am wondering if it's going to slip down her head at some point. Yeah, that's just readjust it. That would have been pretty funny if it went... Guys, she's super duper grateful. She is the best of us. The best. Not this one. Not Little Miss Trouble Trouble. She's the worst of us. Okay, she's in the entranceway, looking a bit glum. Wow. I thought you were better than this. Are you proud of yourself? You got lucky. Oh, so she is saying the curse is real now. She said she only lost because of the Danhausen curse. I don't respect you, says Liv. Now you've peed me off. When was the last time you seen Stephanie around here? And Rhea Ripley. I took everything from Rhea and she hasn't been the same since, says Liv. I will absolutely destroy you. Oh, time. She can do it a bit longer than me. And I've said that before. You are in for a whole lot of trouble. Here's Raquel. Here's Roxanne. Liv on one side, Raquel on the other. Roxanne on the other. Drop kick there to Roxanne. IYO just making Judgment Day look like clowns at the moment. She's dealt with both of them absolutely effortlessly. If I'm Liv, I'm absolutely livid. What's the point in having numbers if it serves no benefit whatsoever? Duck underneath there. She's dealing with all three members of Judgment Day here, IYO. German, suplex. Mate, for her to do that in that clothing is pretty sick, actually. Kip up. Kick coming in there by IYO. Liv goes down. It's going over. Going up top. We're looking for an over the moonsault. But this is where the numbers come in now. This is where the numbers come in. IYO is upside down. We got Roxanne stomping away. Okay. She's in a bit of a... She's stuck. She's in like a bit of a tree of woe. That seems really dumb. If I'm Roxanne, why am I freeing IYO? Why am I not actually capitalizing? We've just freed her from the corner so that she can then just get beaten up in the ring. She's grabbing her leg, though. I hope she's not picked up an injury or anything. Bang! Yeah, her leg was properly caught up there. I don't know if she was just selling that or if she has, like, tweaked it a little bit. But an Oblivion puts IYO down. Perhaps she was selling it for this reason. Perhaps she was selling it for this because we've got that single leg. Boston in again and really pulling back on it. Yeah, IYO's tapping. I don't know why, because I mean that ain't gonna get her off, is it? We do get some officials in and Liv stands over IYO, holds up that championship. If I'm Liv, I'm still having words with Raquel and Roxanne like, you absolutely useless clowns. Okay, Liv on the outside, jumps down with Raquel and Roxanne. Why did they take so long to come out and help that top talent, says Metal Mama. It's a good question. They was all very casual about it, wasn't it? Okay, well, that was that segment done. Should we score that segment? It doesn't look like Liv's cursed at all, says Daryl. The curse, I'm still a bit unsure as to how long the curse like lasts for. I mean, I'm guessing it's sort of like until you get uncursed. But I agree, she's looking all right in that segment. Okay. Daze, at this point, the FIFA games are giving more cinema than WWE TKO. Who wins the shootout? Has it gone to the shootout, has it? Oh, it has. Oh. Can I watch that?
To display, it was just absolutely brilliant. I mean, subs comes on as well.
Yeah, I've got the shootout on. I want to watch the shootout. We're just seeing Solo. Well, I mean, you've got to say that Germany are going to be favourites. I mean, they've got a very experienced keeper if they've got Neuer in goal. And they've got some really good strikers at the ball. I mean, Germany should have the better players, but how much does that matter in a penalty shootout? I mean, it's a lottery. I mean, I've seen Messi miss penalties. I've seen Kane miss penalties. Like, you just don't know who's going to score, who's going to miss. You would expect Germany to be the favourites, but how much does that count for? Who is going to handle the pressure better? Is someone going to do a stupid little silly run up and end up botching their penalty? It's good. I like penalty shootouts. I'm quite pleased that's gone to a penalty shootout. Okay, LA Knight making his way down to the ring. Let's go over here and get LA Knight versus Jimmy. That's just going to go to commercial break. Are they ever going to give LA Knight a title? I mean, he's had the mid-cards, hasn't he? I don't know about a world's title, but I mean, he could get it at some point. A bit of a... I don't think he'll get a proper run. I just really don't think they have brought him in for that, and I'm not sure that they quite see that for him, but if he can continue to, you know, deliver strong numbers, then if opportunity comes around, he might be able to get himself into that position, just like Sami has, you know? The stars aligned. They found a way of getting the belt on him. I don't think it's going to be a permanent thing, but the stars aligned. There was an opportunity. Sami's got it. That can absolutely happen for LA Knight. Definitely. Paraguay, come on, says Adam. Daze, how are we feeling about Raw? The non-wrestling stuff has been solid, but the wrestling has been... well, we've only had 2 matches. I think the whole Joe segment and his match with Theory was a low point. Ethan Ray, you lot said, was good 97. Crowd were making a bit of noise during that one, actually. But, yeah, I think by and large it's been pretty decent. I've really enjoyed the open with Oba. I thought that IYO segment was not bad. I wasn't down on that. Definitely got me interested in seeing the rematch. So, yeah, we've had 2 matches. I don't think we haven't had any great matches. It'd be good to get a great match in at some point on this show. Okay, I've got the Germany penalty. You lot are probably going to be a touch ahead of me because I'm watching it over the internet. So I'm just... we're at commercial break at the moment. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm looking forward to... good penalty shootout. Dramatic. Oh. I'm not sure about that approach. Is their keeper going to be a difference maker here for Paraguay? I don't think that's a great penalty from Germany. I mean, it's a decent height. It's not right in the corner. It's not going at a crazy speed. It's on target, but I mean, no. It's a miss so far for Germany. Right, we have got Stephanie podcast. Jimmy coming down. We're coming back from commercial break in 5 seconds time. We're an hour and 20 minutes into this thing. I'm avoiding the chat momentarily because I'm pretty sure you lot are ahead of me. Normally there's a delay when you're watching it over the internet, so I'm probably a penalty or so behind you guys. Oof. I just saw the first Paraguay penalty. He got that right in the corner. He had to get it in the corner as well because the keeper went the right way there. Now, that was a decent penalty. That first German one was not a decent penalty. Oof, look at him shouting, screaming out. Okay, Jimmy coming down with Jey. Momentum very much with Paraguay. Tell you what, if this second German penalty misses, there's serious pressure. Okay, Jimmy is going on to commentary. Got a bit of dapping going on. Jey on commentary, sorry. Jimmy is in the ring. Okay, Bella sounded. Jay on commentary says Ampy ballin'. LA Knight jumping to the outsides. All I'm saying, I see you come out here. Make sure you stick to your little seat, says LA. Okay, LA in there with Jimmy. Jay on the outside. LA making it very clear. Stay out there. Oh, that's a lovely penalty by Paraguay. Just so simple. You know, runs up, looks like he's going to absolutely blast it, and then just gently puts it in the corner. That's a nice penalty, that is. Classy. Looks like he's going to absolutely rifle it, and he doesn't. So far, I don't know where you lot are, but it's 2-1 to Paraguay after 2 penalties. Just the one miss so far as the next German penalty taker steps up. And LA Knight in control here against Jimmy. Oof. Right in the corner. Working on the arm. LA Knight working on the arm of Jimmy. Headbutt coming in there by Big Jim. Driving LA Knight back to the corner. Takes LA Knight over. And working on the arm. Germany keeping up with Paraguay here. They're not letting Paraguay get away. That pressure is still there. That means that, you know, this Paraguay player knows he's got to score to keep the advantage. Against the ropes goes Jimmy. Back elbow there by LA Knight. I'm sure everyone's been practicing penalties. Steps up and, oh, it's great. They've really worked on something there where they are just really gently like passing it into the goal. Paraguay doing a really good job, actually, of like side footing and just, you know, sending the keeper the wrong way. It's interesting, that is. There feels to be a real strategy to Paraguay's penalties. LA Knight going for a cover. 1, 2. I tell you what, if he misses, they're in big, big trouble. If he misses and Paraguay score, Germany are out. Big German penalty. What? If Paraguay score. Jimmy charging over, colliding into LA. Mate, that keeper. That keeper's never going to have to buy a beer again. Jimmy with a big crossbody. Down goes LA. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. LA Knight over against the ropes. Jimmy with a big clothesline. LA goes to the outsides. He's got to score, but I mean, they got such an advantage here that I'm not saying the pressure's off, but oh my God, he's missed. He's hit the post. That was his chance. Oh my God. Oh, thank God we've gone to... Oh, my God, he properly misses as well. I thought he'd hit the post. Ends up hitting the barricades. It's still advantage Paraguay. Germany have still got a score here. So they both missed their last penalties. Germany have to score. They have to score. Pressure on this. He has to score. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. I'm not looking at the chat. I've no idea how far behind I am with you guys. You might already know what's happened, but He's got to score. He's standing central, actually. He's not giving anything away here. Standing right in front of the ball. He's not angled in any way. Is he? Okay, now he steps to the side. Comes in. That's a nice penalty, actually. Germany score. If Paraguay score, they're through. It's all going to come down to one penalty. If he scores, they're through. If he misses, we carry on. Jimmy going to the outside. We are at commercial break with the wrestling. The commercial break has come at a good time, actually. Jimmy's on the outside with LA. So this match is still carrying on. But the drama of the penalty shootout has reached its zenith. Bang. LA being smashed into the commentary table. And again. Just got to score, mate. You've just got to score. There is definitely pressure on his shoulders. Oh my God. Mate. How do you miss your last two penalties like that when you just have had opportunities to... Oh my God. This is why penalty shootouts are so good. So good. Well, it's even. We're going to extra penalties. It's got to be advantage Germany now, though, because they've been let off the hook. You can't let this go now. It's got to be. I mean, Paraguay have got to be just heartbroken. But if you don't get it done, you don't deserve to go through, do you? Shoulder up there by Jimmy. 20-odd seconds left to go. We're an hour and a half into... Oh, he skied it! Ah! Guys, why aren't we doing World Cup watch-alongs? Oh, my God. Bang. Shot coming into the midsection there by Jimmy. Oh, my God. He's gone... It's gone up into... It's gone up to the International Space Station, that one. All the astronauts will be floating around like this. There'll be a ball that just goes past the window, and they'll be like... Okay, if he scores, it's Paraguay. You cannot miss 3 in a row. Surely, Paraguay. Surely! Oh! Wow. I thought he'd flip and miss that as well, you know. That is scenes, isn't it? That is scenes. Okay, welcome to this wrestling watch-along. I hope everyone's doing well. What a game. Let's go, Pat. What a penalty shootout that was. Absolute cinema, says People. It really was. It really was. Germany find themselves out of the 2026 World Cup. This is not how this was meant to go for this German team. But it shows, doesn't it? The pressure of penalties. Germany, the better team, higher ranked team. The more expensive players, the German team, more valuable than the Paraguay team. Felt like this was going to be a pretty... look at the tears. There's tears in the crowd. It's going to be tears everywhere. Tears of happiness, tears of sadness. I don't think too many people had Germany winning this thing, but I don't think too many people had them going out at this stage. A warning sign for England there. Bang, net breaker by LA Knight. Who have you got in the finals? I'm thinking Argentina, France, said Robbie. Well, before the tournament, I had Spain winning it. I think Spain-France is going to be very, very interesting. If Paraguay can get past Germany, Spain-France can easily, go extra time and penalties. Oh, shoulder up. So I think it's hard to say. I think Argentina definitely look like the team on England's side. I think England, unless they can show some real improvements, are going to have their struggles. But I don't know, man. I'm still looking at Spain. Just depends how Yamal is going to be playing. He's so important for Spain. If he gets going and really starts firing. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying France, Argentina be in the final. I kind of hope it isn't, to be honest. That was the final 4 years ago. It'd be nice to see something different. LA Knight jumps up, looking for a superplex. And gets the superplex. Superplex there to Big Jim. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Jimmy. Shoulder up by Jimmy. Yeah, big superplex from the corner there by LA Knight. Wow. I'm betting on Morocco, said name is Josh. Adam said Germany are awful. LA Knight goes against the ropes, through the ropes, down goes Jimmy. Stop cheating. Stop cheating, says Jay. He's pulling his hair. Come on, ref, he's pulling his hair, says Jay. LA Knight teases, throwing Jimmy into Jay. Jay said, I saw that coming. Oh, he didn't see that coming, though. LA booting. Jay goes down. So, big kick there by LA. Jay goes down. LA, bang. Inverted, down goes Jimmy. LA Knight going over to the corner, climbing up. LA Knight goes up, drops the elbow, connects. Do you reckon someone in the back's gone, right, okay, Germany is out. It's gone out on penalties. Let's get going with this match now. Roll up there by Jimmy as Jay gets involved. I got to tell you, LA Knight has brought that on himself there. He has brought that on himself. He messes around with Jay on the outside. Okay. LA is upset. He starts stomping away and going after. All of these are on the same team at WrestleMania. So this friendship's really fallen apart. Shots coming in there by Jay. Here's Solo. Solo. Boom. Solo with a Samoan spike. Solo goes back. Are we getting a Solo LA Knight Royce Keys group coming? Is that where we're heading? Oh, BFT. BFT by LA Knight. I feel like when the Germany penalties and everything was on, this was like just sort of playing out. As soon as that game ends, it's like, go, go, go. It's probably just coincidental. Da-na-na-na. You know what? Let's do this thing. Solo, LA Knight teaming up, says Rob. I tell you, it'd be brilliant for LA Knight. I mean, I think him being on his own is, you know, difficult. Actually getting into a group, getting a bit of support. July 21st. WWE Unreal. Okay, they're talking about Sami. But there was a hell of an altercation after, so I think we're going to dig into... Yeah, Gunther and Aldis. You're jealous. You're effing jealous. You failed. You failed. You're miserable. Yeah, I'm really interested to know how we're going to follow this up. Where is this going? Okay. Official statement. Oh. Nick Aldis is on administrative leave. Okay, so they've sort of both been suspended by the sounds of it then. Chad Gable, J.D. McDonough. Chad Gable backstage with Penta. Penta just showing some respect there to Chad's. Okay. Nick Aldis, Volta for SummerSlam, said Miguel. Pierce running SmackDown for the time being, said Wrestling Fan. Daze should have streamed the Paraguay game instead of Raw. We would be all right, says Benito. I think we actually did it perfectly, where we've got to enjoy Brock and Oba and, you know, some of the good backstage stuff, and also just, you know, pick up on the penalties right at the end. Lovely. So, yeah, great. I think that there is some England games and whatever, maybe even US games coming up that are going to clash with certain streams that we're doing. So there might be a little bit of having to keep an eye on stuff as we're watching the wrestling. But yeah, well, I know what we're here for. We're a wrestling channel. A couple of years ago, we was doing football, but we were never going to be missing Raw. We're never going to be missing SmackDown. Even when I had the football channel, I wasn't sacrificing Raw and SmackDown. Okay, Ray is just talking to Jackie at the moment. Daze, I've DM'd a preliminary version of a new tier list and one to edit on email. Andy, thank you. Appreciate it, buds. I'll have a look at that later. Daze, did you see that Zilla has signed and will be on TV soon? It's believed that he's signing, if not already. I haven't seen confirmation that it's definitely happened, like he's definitely signed, he's definitely in, but it's all looking pretty good that he's going to be coming in. So is that going to be the main roster? Is it going to be NXT? We're going to find out. When is Stephanie coming back, says Matt? Well, I mean, it's probably not a good look, is it, that we're doing Liv versus IYO and that Stephanie wasn't in Queen of the Ring, or seemingly she's just not featuring in any plans at the moment. I mean, we kind of thought that she was going to prevent Liv from progressing any further in the tournament, and she didn't. That would say to me that, you know, she's out of the plans at the moment. So I don't know. I mean, is she going to come back and get a little something for SummerSlam, or did they bring her back at SummerSlam, or maybe they bring her back on the Raw after SummerSlam? So I don't think she'll be out too much longer. I mean, I've not heard of any like major issues. So I don't think she's going to be out, like, do you know what I mean, till next year or anything. But yeah, I don't get the sense that she's in their plans at the moment. Maybe Aldis is reign as a GM is ending and he's going to be a performer again. He could have a run in WWE before he hangs them up. He's got some years left. He's younger than Cody, says Robbie. How do you sound so smart about wrestling, says Undead Wrestling. You just speak with confidence, buds. Yeah, you just speak with confidence, and that's it. Most of what I say is actually not true, but I just say it so convincingly. Okay, here's Jimmy and Jay. They're backstage with Jacob. I only take orders from the OTC, says Jacob. They were just asking him where was he? We're going to SmackDown. Sami Zayn's champ now. Okay, so Jey said he wants to go over to step up to Sami. Is that where we're going? Are we going to do Sami Jey at SummerSlam? But then, of course, the question is going to be, how does LA Knight fit into this picture? Roman Reigns acknowledges Jalen Brunson. Congrats, champ. We acknowledge you. That's a nice item, innit? Imagine that. Signed belt by Roman Reigns that says, congrats, we acknowledge you. That's nice. So, yeah, Rey Mysterio wants to get another shot at Penta. And Jey wants to go over to SmackDown. He wants to confront Sami. Okay, here's Lyra. She freaked out, didn't she? Oh, she's not looking good. She's not looking good. This could be some really interesting character work here from Lyra. I let anger get the better of me one time. I'm not proud of what happens. But I'm not losing any sleep over it either. I kind of like this. I like this presentation. I like that. I was the first women's Intercontinental Champion. I never wanted to hurt Bayley. But it felt so good to close that gap a little bit. Okay, I thought that was great. Oh, Maxine has a look at Chad's. Okay, she's going to go back to Chad's. Okay. I meant every words. But I'm... Okay. Thank you. You don't owe me an apology, though. Okay. There was a nice little interaction there. She was showing a bit of anger and a bit of sass. I really love that Lyra moment. I thought that looked so good. I really am interested in watching her kind of journey into being a heel. Here's Raquel making her way down to the ring. She's going to be taking on Maxine. Okay, we're an hour and 45 minutes in, so we're kind of getting our way towards the end of this thing, if it's going to be a normal 2.5-hour show, which I'd imagine it is. I know some people were saying that this is looking like it's going to be a 3-hour presentation, but that wouldn't really make any sense. Certainly not when they're going to try and record SmackDown after this as well. What's your prediction for Netherlands-Morocco? Well, I think I predicted it was going to be like 2-2 going to extra time. I don't think it goes penalties, but I could see it being a draw. I think both of them are really good teams. I mean, I can't see any team blowing the other one away. If anyone's winning it, it's going to be close. I think Netherlands might just have enough. They've looked pretty good in the group stages, Netherlands. But honestly, so have Morocco. Didn't Morocco only beat Scotland like 1-0? So, I don't know if they got enough firepower to hurt the Netherlands. Think I'm edging, leaning, Netherlands, maybe a late winner or just going into extra time. Okay. Lyra was Valkyrie. They have wings, not a bird, said Video Watcher. Robbie said, why are all the heel women that I like crazy and dangerous, said Robbie. It must be a thing. A kink. Big Time said, we didn't like how WWE Rush sold to the IC title. Completely botched her entry to the main roster. And now she's been off Raw for 3 weeks. Look at this mess. And the bad creative vision, says Big Time. Well, you know, I don't want to say too much in that regard because I think Sol Ruka is someone that the fans have an affection for. They like her work. They like her. And I think there's not too much bad will out there for her being champ and all that. But what the hell's this music? What the hell is this music? Dude, I've not heard this Maxine music. WWE FIFA World Cup title belt. What would you want that for? What's that? What's that about? Corey said his money's on Netherlands. Michael Cole said massive upset. I think he might have been about to talk about maybe the Germany result, but okay, Maxine's in. She's got a new theme. A lot of people won't have heard the start of that theme. The start of it is... I'm not crazy about the start. When you get into the actual song, it seems okay. But anyway, we're underway with this match. We need to get rid of this. I can't even remember what we were talking about. Oh, we were talking about Sol Ruka. Yeah, I was not a fan of how they booked her. We're there now with her being champion. Let's see how they use her going forward. Okay, we've got Maxine and Raquel underway right now. We've got the score for LA Knight and Jimmy. You lot said it was good 93. So, I mean, you was not blown away by what you've just seen there. This is my title shot, Maxine, says Raquel. Yeah, good 93 for LA Knight versus Jimmy. Back elbow coming in there, and again by Raquel. Raquel absolutely smashing away at Maxine. Got to change this over as well. Raquel versus Maxine. She's got her up on her shoulders at the moment. Torture Rack is in. Maxine's theme has existed for a while. They've just never used it, says RTX. Jethrook said, this is horrific. I'm not a fan of Maxine. She doesn't deserve this music. Maxine going over. Raquel grabbing her. Looking. Oh, no joy. Bang. Big clothesline. 1, 2. Maxine kicks out. Yeah. I do love when she does that. Misses with the one. Immediately follows with the other clothesline. So right now, Raquel. In control. Love that. Oh, reversed by Maxine. I kind of like that, how Raquel bounced her off the ropes. But actually, Maxine was able to reverse it. Maxine's over against the ropes. Raquel on the other side. Raquel coming over. Kick coming in by Maxine. Raquel shakes it off. Back elbow by Maxine. Maxine against the ropes over the other side. Clothesline. Raquel a little bit rocked. And another clothesline. Raquel a little bit rocked. Kick coming in there by Raquel. Kick there by Maxine. Raquel goes down. The strap's coming down by Maxine. Leg drop to the back of the heads. 1, 2. Kick out by Raquel. You cannot have Maxine getting too much offense in on Raquel. Looking for a fisherman suplex. No joy. Raquel throws Maxine back. Tahana Bomb. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Raquel against Maxine. Maxine hasn't even been on TV since. How the hell does she get a title shot, says Wyatt. Well, this was a match to try and earn a title shot. It was like a #1 contender type thing. But she's lost anyway, so. Okay, we're backstage. Oh, it's trashed. Okay, there's Liv. Cackling. What? Okay, so she's saying the curse is real. Make it right, says Liv. Well, there we go. Danhausen's lab has been trashed. She said, make this right, or we're going to make your pathetic life a living hell. Okay, Chad Gable making his way down to the ring. Gable. I like the Gable bit in this. Gable. Gable. He's in the ring trying to get everyone to clap along. Gable. I don't like how generic it sounds. No, it does sound very like AI has created it. I do agree with that. I don't mind that Gable bit though. Keep on running. Keep on running. Gable. But the bulk of it is very... Gonna keep... It's the chorusy bit I like. Chad Gable then in the ring. This crowd is trash, said Big Migs. What happened to American Made, said Dom. I think they're ended. I mean, we know that Brutus and Julius, they were kind of with Chad when he was El Grande. We haven't actually seen a confrontation since the end of the Mask versus Mask with them. And actually, Ivy just has not been around. I think she's been doing a few main event matches and whatnot. Gable. Okay, Chad Gable then pointing out at the crowd. We got about a minute and a half till we're back from commercial break. Again, he's trying to get them to clap. Atlantic City loves their dad rock, says Corey. Corey referring to this as dad rock. The fans are already shouting Gable, to be fair, says Ryan. As per Fightful Select, Baron Corbin is going to be on his way back to WWE, says Michael. Hopefully they can use him like he was used on MLW. Well, look, if he is coming back, I'd shove him straight into NXT. I think NXT is desperately in need for some experience. So that's where I would put him, but who knows? Perhaps they see something bigger. JD making his way down there. This is going to take us into the third hour. I don't even know what is ending this show. It's going to be Roman, isn't it? We still haven't had Roman, so... Okay, so apparently Dom is wearing the shirt that he stole from Danhausen. We didn't see what he stole, though. I didn't know it was a shirt. But Michael Cole has told us that's what it is. Club WWE. When is it starting? Join the waitlist now. Okay, JD in the ring. He's going to be taking on Gable. Daze, Oba tapped out against Jey, said Bruce. I don't think Jey believes that, because if he did, I'm sure he'd be making a big deal out of it. So I'm not sure that he is quite in agreement. Okay, over against the ropes. JD goes on the outsides. We do have two of the best technically sound wrestlers in the game, says Corey. And that is true, actually. Down goes Chads. Gable. Turns around, flips over. Okay, Gable in control right now. Kick coming in there by JD. Chad goes over against the ropes. Chop coming in there by JD. Dominic on the outside, as we said, wearing that Knicks jersey. JD goes over. A little bit of a miscommunication. Nothing too bad. It was a back body drop and JD didn't quite land. Flat back. Chop coming in there by Chads. Another chop coming in there by Chads. Dominic can feel that on the outside. Even he was like, Against the ropes, goes over, goes JD. Tries to get a pin there on Chad. Chad reverses it to... No joy. The Knicks jersey has got Danhausen written on the back of it as well. 1, 2... Gable. Bridging up. Gable looking for an ankle lock, but JD right by the ropes. Middle of the ring. Dirty Dom just getting a bit of the apron. Putting it in the... That was quite clever, actually. He got the apron, shoved it in. JD grabbed it and used that to get over to the ropes. Referee should really be kicking him away from ringside there. I mean, he definitely has interfered. Chad Gable going into those ring steps quite hard by JD. Dominic remaining at ringside. Oh, getting slammed down onto the steps. That's going to probably take us to commercial breakers. Chad Gable is in trouble in this match against J.D. McDonough. Okay, Daze, has Oba picked his opponent yet? If he comes face-to-face with Roman tonight? No, well, he said that he's going to face Brock Hell in a Cell at SummerSlam. And it's not clear if he's forfeiting the title opportunity or if he is still going to get the title match. It feels like if he's going to get a title match, it won't be at SummerSlam. That's how it feels at the moment. Because he said, you know, titles will always be there, but this opportunity to, you know, face Brock might not be so. He wants the Brock match. So it sort of suggests that he's going for that rather than a title at SummerSlam. Now, whether he's still going to be allowed to have a title match, which I think he should. I mean, he won King of the Ring. I mean, if he, you know, wants to do Brock first, that should be fine. We should be able to accommodate that. I really don't see the problem with moving Oba's opportunity to say Money in the Bank instead. So, you know, I don't know what they're going to go with, though. I mean, it's going to be harsh if they're like, no, you forfeited your opportunity. They haven't really made that clear, and I wonder if they're still trying to make their own minds up about it, you know? I'm guessing it's going to get messed up, said Big Migs. Oba will go against Reigns, says Anna. Daze, Oba said he choose when he fights the champ, so maybe WrestlePalooza, says TJF. I don't even know if we're doing WrestlePalooza this year, which is interesting. There's been no words on that. So we could do. But I think, yeah, we don't have anything in September, do we? Because I think Money in the Bank's been moved to October. But we do still have another Saudi show I think we've got to fit in. Because we've done the Rumble, we've done Night of Champions, and I think there is a third Saudi show we've got to get in this year. So I don't know when we're doing that. We've got Survivor Series, a Saudi show. It could be there, though, couldn't it? I mean, it could be that we do Oba Roman at the Saudi show. Because they would love to renegotiate with Saudi. So they would love for Saudi to sign an extension or anything. There's been no announcement about anything like that. But it does expire next year. I think at the moment, the last Saudi show is going to be the WrestleMania. So I'm sure there's many conversations going on. We're at commercial break right now. Did Oba tap again, says Goober. No. No taps from Oba on this show. Hello, Jitterman. I hope you're doing well. Benito, shout out to you. Dr. Luchalala said it's confusing, but maybe they do let him use his title opportunity on another major PLE. Yep. I certainly hope so, because I don't think they've made it clear to him that if he didn't do it at SummerSlam, he'd be forfeiting it, you know? Chad with some Germans back elbow there by JD. JD getting round the back of Chad's. Chad. Ooh, I thought that had gone wrong, but actually it was okay. Instead of like a German, he actually like flips JD over. Oof. Okay, right now we got Chad's. Back up on his feet, going over to JD. JD in the corner. Oh, kick coming in. Chad's charging over. Bang. Again, over. Gets... Oh. Spanish fly, 1, 2. Shoulder up by Chad. Reverse 1, 2. Oof. Big forearm shot coming in. Headbutt there by JD. JD goes down. Chad falls on top of him. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Crowd quite quiet here, you know, for this match. I think it's just a real lack of heat, isn't there? Come on, Chad, says Connor. Days, I'm more excited for Sami down on Friday, said TJF. It's a good match, said Lone Star Friends. Shots coming in by Chance. Okay, picking him up, looking for a power bomb. 1, 2. Right now, he's picking him up. Ooh, they are allowing brain busters these days. Big brain buster. Okay, I'm guessing this is our main event because after this, I mean, time-wise, we'll have enough for Roman, and that'll be it. We'll be done at that point. I wonder if Roman gets confronted by Seth tonight. Over in the corner, Gable rolls back. Oh, nice. Belly to belly. Gable going up. Gable. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit silly going for the moonsault there because JD was too close to the corner. Gable has got that ankle lock in. Gable goes to the outsides. He's climbing up. Dominic popping up on the edge of the ring. Shot coming in there by JD. JD is up and... Oh! Some of these moves, man, they're really ambitious, but they just feel really close to disaster. Look at this landing. Look at it. Look how close their heads are as they are coming down. He only just... And he lands right on him as well. Yeah, man, that could have gone several different ways of wrong. Oh, so, Spanish Fly. Oh, Danhausen's here. Danhausen's like, I've got your money. It's not going to be money, is it? It ain't going to be money. Danhausen has left a briefcase at ringside. Roll up there by Chad he's picked him up. No. Reversed by JD. This match has really grabbed me now, you know. Crowd are really into it as well. JD taps really quick to the ankle lock. As soon as it was in, he was like, no, I'm done, I'm out. Wow. So much stuff just went down there. Oh, that Spanish Fly was flipping. Ugh. Gable just grabbing his leg. I don't know if he's done a little bit of damage. Oh. Okay, Chad Gable making his way to the back. We still got Roman Reigns coming up. Holding his hamstring, says Robbie. Okay, we still got that briefcase, which is, I don't know, what do we think? Green slime or something? Imagine if it's just money. Oh, it's, there is some sort of money that's in there, but there's like a white powder that explodes. In their face, Danhausen gets the jersey. Big cheer for Danhausen as he gets the jersey and runs to the back. I win, says Danhausen. Yes. Raquel nails Danhausen. Oh my God. This is going to be like the Wyatt's lantern. You know, where like Bray kept, Uncle Howdy kept getting it and then it ended up going back to the MFTs every week. I got the jersey back, says Raquel. Like that's an achievement. Okay, we're backstage with Maxine. His theory. It's complicated with me and Chad's. Maybe this ain't working out. Are we pivoting away from this, are we? If you want to go back down that road, maybe this isn't working out. Or perhaps he's just going to make her choose. And the girls always choose the bad boy. It's why I've always been so successful. They always choose the bad boy. Okay, Hell in a Cell. It is official, and we've got the graphic for it as well. The other match, of course, Liv IYO confirmed. SummerSlam mini boater. So we got Liv, we got IYO. Alpha Academy sucks, says Anna. Well, it could just be that she's being put into a situation where she's going to have to choose. So it could be the end of her and Theory, or it could be the beginning, or the middle. OTC! 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 Here we go! I can't believe Germany got knocked out, said Dean. Dean, believe it. Believe it. Don't be a sauerkraut. It happens. Okay, Roman making his way out with Jacob. No sign of the Usos. Days, as SummerSlam is Viking themed, you should dress up as one, says TJF. Imagine if I did and I was just sat here like no selling it. Just sat here, full on beard, Viking helmet, full on Viking attire, change the backgrounds. And I'm just like, hey guys, how's it going? Right, this is SummerSlam. Let's do the breakdown. I just can't be bothered. That's the only thing. Here's Roman then in the entranceway. I couldn't acknowledge any harder if I tried, said Robbie. Bruno said, I mentioned last week about Chad and Theory could have a good feud over the IC title. If Chad wins, also Chad no longer being El Grande, maybe the Vision could add the Creeds. Might give it a varsity club feel. TJF says, do it, Daze. Do it. Brony said, Roman Reigns is easily the greatest superstar of all time. Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold wish they were on his level. Eric said, you gotta do it as a Viking. Yes, but you're forgetting I can't be bothered. That means, like, do you know what I mean? Buying things and... Roman in the entranceway. I don't like the chain that he's wearing. I don't think that's a classy looking chain. Looks a bit cheap. I bet it's not cheap, but it looks cheap. Roman cheap chain reigns. Where'd you get that from, mate? Dollar Tree. Okay, Roman. Daze, could Seth Rollins come out? He could. Mr. said, I gave him 6 months and he'll be back to being an a-hole. I'd like to know what harebrained idea thought stealing Danhausen's shirt was cool, said Suzanne. I think it's just setting up like Saturday night's main event, isn't it? Because that's in Madison Square Garden. So I think it's just, you know, getting us to that. Okay, we are at commercial break. OTC in the ring. Are we going to end with a big final segment? Do we think they're going to have Rhea vacate the title if she can't compete, says Brony? I would think so. I would think so. I would think that they would want SummerSlam 2 days to have all the world titles on it. So if Rhea can't go, then they might look to make her vacate, yeah. Samoan Werewolf, it says on his hat, and the W for wear on Jacob's hat is the WWE logo. Roman in the ring, looking around, looking at the fans. Robbie said, Sean Ross Sapp's announced Danhausen is going to wrestle at Saturday night's main event. Makes sense. I know they were trying to get him on that card because of like his connections with the Knicks. So, makes sense. Only fake wrestling fans like Roman, says TJF. Big Time said, Daze, this Raw crowd has 11,000. We've seen them being very loud and lively with non-wrestling segments, but they're pretty quiet for the matches. What would it take to condition fans? Better matches. I mean, they got into that Chad match towards the end there. So, better matches is the answer. I mean, so far we got good 97, good 85, good 93, good 80. I mean, our in-ring tonight has not performed again. But then, did we expect anything else? I mean, Raquel Maxine, good 80. Ooh. Okay, Roman in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. I think we've probably got about 10 minutes left to go. As per usual. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Roman cheap chains. Roman cheap chains. Probably is the highest rated match for Maxine said. That's true, actually. That's true. That is actually her new personal best. Let's end the poll for our Chad JD match. Atlanta City. Acknowledge me. This Roman segment. OTC. It's a different kind of venue, this, isn't it? Like, the roof is sort of, like, curved over. I mean, it doesn't look drastically different. Here's Seth. It doesn't look drastically different when you're just looking at the crowd, but they just did a different shot there, and you could see the curved roof. He was speaking on the post show about how he is setting his sights on a world title. And he would like to get at Roman, but there's a bit of a problem in the way, and that's Oba. I think we got rid of that problem earlier in the show. And, I mean, come on. Come on. We cannot be down on a Roman Seth build towards SummerSlam. This is the whole reason as to why we thought that he had got the win over Bron if he was being set up for a title opportunity. I don't think Roman has ever beaten Seth clean, said Brony, in a one-on-one match. It's got to happen at SummerSlam. Roman, looking at Seth, and this could feed families, this segment, because think of the flipping history. Both of these arriving on the main roster in the Shield at the end of 2012. You cannot talk about the history of Roman Reigns without talking about Seth. And you cannot talk about the history of Seth without talking about Roman. They've faced each other many, many times. Not for a few years now, though. I don't know if the last time they faced was at the Royal Rumble when Seth came out all in that Shield attire. But, yes, I am very happy to be going back to this. And it also saves Roman Oba for a bit further down the road. Just saves it for a little bit later. Maybe WrestleMania. I don't know who wins it, though. Roman in the ring. Seth in the ring. The fans singing. Love it. Little smile on Seth's face. No smile on Roman's. Yeah, crowd, they're just letting the crowd make the noise, fill in the gaps. Yes. OTC, 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 OTC. That's a nice shot. That's the money shot right there. That's the money shot. Seth, Roman, Jacob, just a little bit in the background. Hello, my brother. "14 years. The Shield gets a mention, as it should. Let's go. Always going to go back to old days, says Willow. TJF said Roman is nothing without the aura of Seth. You're in possession of a title that belongs to me. And it's time to collect. Roman gives a little smile to that. I don't think Roman agrees. You must be confused. You're back of the line. You haven't done anything of late to earn a shot at the Tribal Chief. I mean, he beat Bron Breakker in a pretty damn good cage match. When it comes to you, I'm always at the front of the line, said Seth. That's nice. That's nice. You owe me. I own you. I own you, and I have for the last 14 years. I pinned you and took your wise man. I sacrificed myself so Cody could reign your reign of terror. You beat everyone in those 4 years except for one person. I can walk it back to the greatest cash-in the history of WrestleMania. It's good. I've owned you. Since the day I put a steel chair in your back and ended the Shield. It's good promo, this. I'm really enjoying it. Oh, I'm here to give you something. I'm not here to... Oh, okay. You've done it all. You are that great, says Seth. Your WrestleMania main event record will never be broken, says Seth. But there's one thing you've not been able to do. Beat me. So he's here to give him the opportunity to right that wrong. Nice. I'm going to be real with all of you. Ooh, what's Seth saying? What's Seth saying? This might be your last chance. Where's he going? Where's this going? Yeah. There's a new generation. This could be our last chance as a result. It's a great segment, this is. Really great. I was worried that he was sort of teasing a bit of a retirement thing there, but I don't think that's what he's saying. If you don't accept this challenge, you will never escape the ghost. Really good. Really good. What a great segment. What a great little story. What do you say, brother? The fans want it, of course. It's been a long time since I've heard any truth come out of your mouth. But you're right. I don't want to beat you. I need to beat you. I hope he doesn't. I think he might, but I hope he doesn't. I need to beat you, says Roman. Oh, I love it. How can you be down on Brock Oba, Hell in a Cell, Roman Seth, main event in night 2? Put it in my veins. Put it straight into my veins. Oh my God. I would like to thank anyone that's made this possible. Triple H, I take everything back. Although I do still stand by everything I said. You do suck a lot of the time. But on this one, you've come through. You've done a solid. Even a stop clock is right twice a day. Yeah, Roman holding up that championship. Staring at Seth after telling him that I need my family to see me beating you. Deep breath there by Seth. They very much landed the plane on that. Very much landed the plane on that segment. It's a brilliant ending to Raw. We had a great open. We had a great end. We just need to work on everything else. Deep breath again there by Seth. Love it. Love it. I'm so glad Raw has got some storylines that I'm interested in because SmackDown's got 0, says Brony. Oh, yes. 10 out of 10. I totally enjoyed tonight, said it's Jamie. I couldn't make out what Roman said at the end, said Bambi, but it was something to do with the shields. I couldn't make it out either, quite at the very end. But it was a little something about a shield reference. So, yeah, Roman accepts, and that is going to put him and Seth on a collision course for SummerSlam. 9, it was a great show, said Bones. SmackDown ratings going to go up because of Zayn, said TJF. Is that what he said? We closed the door on the shields. Oh, can we just borrow John Moxley for like a show? Just I mean, John Moxley getting involved in this match in some capacity would be like an all-time moment, wouldn't it, if he comes through the crowds? I don't know what the flip he would do, but him being involved in this would be amazing. But clearly, obviously not going to happen. Mini Boater, get ready, said Miami. Guys, SummerSlam Mini Boater is going to be the best. I agree. Miami Max, it's going to cook. This is going to be a fabulous SummerSlam, says Sally. When the room starts throwing 9s and 10s, you know that the segment hits differently. Shiny Wizard said, Bloodline, Shield. I thought everyone was begging for something new. I think we were begging for something good. I think that's what we were begging for. We had the vision and it was flat. So they've given us the bloodline, and that is better. And now we're going back to, you know, the way it's been presented as being like a little bit like a final chapter. You know, we're more towards the end. There might not be another chance to do this. I can't be down on it, man. Can't be down on it. New stuff can wait. I'm here, fully signed up for Roman Seth. Daze, we need a boat background for sure, said Mr. B. Like we do. We do. I think if John Moxley, I mean, it does fit in perfectly with the Viking theme. I think if John came in for one night, he would help Roman because he hates Seth, says Sean. Daze, I feel like Seth Rollins' ego feels like it would be bruised. Well, I mean, look, Roman Reigns is bigger than Seth Rollins. No denying, okay? More merch, more WrestleMania main events. Like, he's bigger. In fact, I don't think Seth has main evented night 2 of WrestleMania on his own properly other than that cash-in. So, it's hard to argue that Seth is bigger than Roman. It's just not an argument, right? So, I feel a bit sorry for Seth because I think Seth is a very talented wrestler. I think he is the macho man of this generation where macho was really talented, a key character in the 1980s going into the 90s, but someone that always was playing second fiddle to Hulk Hogan, you know? They have a moment around where, you know, 4 going into 5, WrestleMania, where, you know, Macho's got the belt, Hogan, obviously, the mega powers, and it all leads to the match at WrestleMania 5. But he is second fiddle. And I think Seth is in that position now where he is like a bit of a second fiddle to Roman. I just sort of feel like if Roman gets the win at SummerSlam, which I am expecting him to do, that doesn't make Roman bigger. Roman does not become a bigger deal if he beats Seth at SummerSlam. It just takes away one of the only things Seth has got, really, which is being that thorn in the side of Roman, being that person that Roman struggles to get a win against, being that annoying little brother, if you will. He's kind of like the annoying little brother to Roman, who's the big brother. And I just think that if Roman wins, which he probably will, then you're not giving Roman much, but you are taking a lot from Seth. I don't feel like it's even. I feel like Seth loses a lot, Roman gains a little. And I'm with Seth on this. I would really like for Seth to do this. I don't think Seth, he's had a great career, but there's not loads for him to sort of cheer about when it comes to a comparison to Roman. Roman's had so much. He's been given so much, and he deserves it. He's earned it. I don't begrudge it him. But are we going to take this from Seth, are we? Are we taking this away from Seth? Do we have to take this away from Seth? I mean, look, Seth is stepping up. Seth wants it. I mean, you could say Seth could have not put himself in this position. But, do we need to give this to Roman? Does he have to have everything? Can Seth not just keep this one thing? You know? So, I am going to be, unless anything changes, of course, and things can. Right now, I'm sort of leaning Seth when it comes to who are you backing. But I just love that we're getting it. I just love that we're getting this this match. Here's Roman Reigns SCN saying, "Brothers forever, one last dance." It does feel that way. Dub said it should be a classic if done right. No interference. One last dance. Would be really cool if they build it that way, actually, as being like a last dance. It would be really great if they did build it that way. I don't know. There's plenty of road as we head towards SummerSlam. I'm sure there'll be more promos and some twists and turns, but yeah, really good. Really good. We know the winner. It'll be boring, says Khalil. I don't know where your first name ends and your surname starts, but Callie. I'll go Callie. Why would Roman lose the title, said Nelson. Well, to be honest, I mean, I wonder if Seth could win, but win by like a DQ count out or something like that. I wonder if there's a way of him winning the match, but maybe not winning the title. We sort of did that, didn't we, already? That was the last time they faced at the Royal Rumble. Roman was having his amazing bloodline run, and he went to the Rumble, faced Seth. Seth came out in the Shield gear. I think Roman put the submission hold on, and Seth got to the ropes. Roman didn't break it and ended up getting himself disqualified. I wonder if they'll kind of run that back, but only this time Roman does let it go. Because we've sort of already done that kind of finish, we can't really do it again. So that option might be out the window. I think people would be disappointed with a count out. Count outs in big high profile matches are always quite disappointing. Think about Lex Luger, Yokozuna at SummerSlam 93. Nails Yoko. Yoko goes to the outside. Lex wins, but he doesn't get the belt. So yeah, it's going to be really hard. Really, really hard. If Seth wins, he probably gets the belt. Is that the right thing as we're trying to build Roman up for Oba? Maybe not. You could make the argument long term it doesn't work, but I'm looking at the two superstars. I'm looking at Seth. I'm looking at the fact that, you know, he's not got much over Roman, and I think to suffer a high profile main event loss at a major show to Roman, that's tough to take. I'd be sad for him. You could get outside interference. Maybe Seth loses and it's because of Bron Breakker, you know? I think that would be a shame, though, because this is bigger than Bron Breakker. This is bigger than the Vision. This is, you know, this is a whole story in its own right between Seth and Roman. So I really wouldn't want outside interference. So I think Roman wins. I mean, we can try and find a way, but I think Roman wins. But what if Bron Breakker comes down, tries to cost Seth, but inadvertently costs Roman or something, and then Seth gets the win, but Roman's still protected because of it being shenanigans? But again, you're going to divide opinion on it. I think it's just going to be a Roman win. Still excited for it, though. Daze, SmackDown being taped, yes. Yes, it is. I think the Vision might be over with Heyman ditching it, said TJF. Billy said, what do they do until SummerSlam? No builds extra up, just a friendly wait. I think they've got to add something more than it being just one last dance, says Billy. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There is a long road ahead. I don't know what Roman's doing, though. Roman might not be around all throughout July. I haven't seen what his schedule's like. So, I mean, it could be that we get Seth coming out just talking about how important this is to him and kind of telling us a bit about the history of their relationship. Maybe making a few comments about Roman. And then a couple of weeks later, Roman wants to come back to pick up on those comments that were made. And so there's probably going to be a fair bit of talking. And as we get closer to SummerSlam, we could start getting a bit physical. You've always got the ability to have Jimmy, Jey, Jacob kind of stepping up to Seth, letting him know the mistake that he's made by calling out Roman. And we could explore Jimmy and Jey, and are they going to get involved? Is Jacob going to get involved? Seth can make it clear it's, you know, if they really believe in Roman, then they should allow this to be a fair fight. You know, if he really is the tribal chief that they all acknowledge, then let the tribal chief prove that he is the best man. So I think there's things that can be explored there. I don't know how many weeks Roman's around for. I certainly don't know that it's going to be every week. I think Seth can, you know, cut a promo talking about what this means to him, making comments which Roman comes back to talk about. So, you know, I think it's right at the beginning of August. So we're looking at 4 or 5 weeks. So I think within that, and certainly with brawls towards the end, you've probably got a framework as to what we can expect. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe they've got some bigger twists in mind than just that. One of my first memories of me liking WWE was The Shield, said Metal Mama. Still wear my Ambrose beanie. Too bad Dean would rather WWE burn than come back to WWE. But either way, Dub Creative. Glad you got your holiday and rest. 9 out of 10, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Yeah, I think that, there's a lot of nostalgia, obviously, at play with this feuds, and hopefully that can be a very powerful tool to, kind of get people interested. Yes, we're trying to build new stars, and we have struggled and failed with doing that at certain points. The vision did not work. That was a big project that we committed a lot of time to, and it didn't work. And we can talk about why it didn't work till the cows come home, but it didn't work. And so we're in a situation now where we've got a big show coming up. We need to find matches that people are going to really care about. We need to find matches that people are going to genuinely connect with. Not like, let's put Bron Breakker in there because we're trying to build him. The time for trying to build is done, which is why I said I was okay with Seth winning at Night of Champions. Because I feel this close to SummerSlam, you've got to go with the more interesting option. We don't have time to build. It should have been done. We botched it. We failed it. We accept it. But what do we do now? And what we do now is we try and put on the biggest, best matches we can with the most engaging superstars that we've got. And 2 of those absolutely are Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. And I'm all for this. My only concern is that, as I said, Seth loses, and I will be a bit sad that we've kind of took that from him. I think he deserves to have that little bragging right, because he doesn't have loads of WrestleMania Night 2 main events. In fact, he doesn't have loads of WrestleMania main events, full stop. He's had title runs, but he's not had the run that Roman had with the Bloodline. Roman had the Bloodline, Seth had the Vision. I think that sums up the difference between the two, right? That sums it up, doesn't it? Roman had the Bloodline and an amazing 4 years. Seth had the Vision and had a couple of good weeks. And I think he's a really great wrestler. I think he's been a brilliant performer for WWE, and hopefully he will continue to do that. And as I said, a win for Roman doesn't give him much, but I think it does take a fair bit away from Seth. But people are right. People are correct when they say, well, how does it make any sense for Roman to lose? And I agree. Certainly if we're trying to build him up big for Oba next year, I mean, I agree. But I like it. I'm on board with it. That's the headline. And hopefully you lot enjoyed it as well. Let's have a look, shall we? And see if you did enjoy it before we start turning our attention to the breakdown. Let's end the poll. Mackenzie said, imagine if we had Ethan in the 80s with Bobby the Brain Heenan. Yeah. Ethan, Bobby the Brain Heenan was a lot of people would be successful. Bobby was just so fantastic at getting people over. I mean, if you've got Paul Heyman coming out trying to convince people that he is better than Bobby the Brain Heenan, then that tells you how amazing Bobby the Brain Heenan was. If Paul Heyman feels like he's got to work hard to convince people that he's better. Okay, that segment was great. 79. Great 79. Okay. Days, TKO, we probably get a fake Ambrose. It might even be Enzo dressed up as him, like Vince used to do. One thing we can take away from tonight is the Roman Cheap Chain song. I'm telling you, you expect something a bit chunkier from someone that's got so much money. This little thin thing, it looked like the kind of chain that you might put around someone just to see what kind of size they need. Just like, you know, it was like a bit of a chain you might put on someone just to measure. I just want to measure the size. It was just like a very uninspiring item. Probably very, very expensive. But didn't look it, so I'm going to make fun of him because it makes me feel better about my life. Right. Awesome. I'm going to go and we're going to get our teeth into a breakdown. You're just going to have to give me a second just to set the stream up, but then we're going to get straight into all of this stuff, including all the community scores and everything. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. I know this was earlier than usual. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed it. And we will be back tomorrow with NXT. So very much looking forward to that as we've got the whole fallout from Great American Bash, which went down on Sunday. So yeah, the wrestling is not stopping. We are back again tomorrow. So good. Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining. Really do appreciate it. Unseens should be back soon because obviously this weekend it has just not been possible with you know, kind of early shows with Saudi, an earlier show today with Raw. It's been a challenge, but we should be able to get back on those soon. So yeah, thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.